Chapter 194. Early in the morning, on the deserted street, Thales panted heavily as he passed through an alley and arrived at a larger road. Ida should be fine. Even though she looks unreliable, she single-handedly captured a supreme-class blood clansman in the birch tree forest. I can't be distracted. There's no point in thinking too much, and I can't help either. Thales desperately shook off the worry in his heart. He suddenly felt a little thirsty. Thales grabbed a handful of snow, rubbed it, and stuffed it into his mouth, just like how child beggars used to spend the winter on the streets. The prince, who was grimacing from the cold, trembled his chin in pain. He raised his head and asked Little Rascal, "Is this West Express Avenue?" However, the latter only lowered her head gloomily and did not say a word. Thales finally melted that mouthful of snow into water and swallowed it. He stared at the dazed Little Rascal, feeling extremely worried. From the tragedy in the palace to the calamity of the calamities, to the assassination of the king and the blood spilled right before her eyes, this terrifying night had frightened the poor child. For her, this was too. Forget about Little Rascal, even he was on the verge of breaking down. All of this, how did it all start? Did Lampard plan everything from the moment he sent his troops to escort me north to Dragon Cloud City? Was his goal to assassinate the king and start a coup? How did he do it? An army of 2,000 people. If they set off in the name of escorting me, so they were not noticed, then when he led the army into the city, would the vassals, nobles, civilians, soldiers, and bureaucrats inside and outside the city not notice? King Nuvan seems like a very shrewd king. That unsettling old lady Kalshan does not seem to be a simple character either. How could she allow such a fatal flaw in the security of their capital city? Unless, Thales thought of that terrifying answer. It can't be. He gulped slowly and continued walking with Little Rascal. At the same time, he decided to think from a different perspective. I lured the mystics here, didn't I? The accident caused by Giza and Asda directly destroyed the entire Shield district and took away most of Dragon Cloud City's energy. Yes, that's why King Nuvan left Heroic Spirit Palace and came to Shield District. So, the one who has to take the blame for the king's assassination is me? Thales was shocked by his own thoughts. If it's really because of me and Giza, then Lampard is really lucky. The second prince looked at his pathetic appearance as he fled for his life and sighed. Is this what they mean by, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear? Thales rubbed his forehead fiercely. Even his brain, which was usually super efficient, felt a little uncomfortable at that moment. He sighed and had no choice but to put these things aside for the time being. Despite his extreme fatigue, he forced himself to stay awake and explore the path forward. This should be the West Express Avenue. If he remembered correctly, this winding and empty street was the Armor District. Ida said that as long as they passed through it, they would reach the blockade set up for the calamities. They should be able to meet the people from the capital there. Thales hesitated for a moment when he thought of this. But she also said that the patrols, or the guys wearing the patrol uniforms, were all very suspicious. She didn't know how many of them were loyal to Lampard. Best not to believe it. Even those who were loyal to the Waltons could easily expose their information to Lampard. The once majestic King Nuvan could no longer protect them. Sigh. How ironic. He had the granddaughter of the King of Extet with him, but he had to struggle to escape from the capital in Northland. He could not even find anyone he could trust. The most important thing now was to find someone he could trust, ask for help, return to Heroic Spirit Palace, return to Putre's side, and inform the people in Dragon Cloud City who were still loyal to the Waltons. Thales stopped in his tracks. He looked at a signboard at the corner of the street not far ahead. His expression changed as he remembered something. When King Nuvan can no longer protect us, the signboard in front of him was painted with a black dagger with a short handle. Under the signboard was a large wooden window that was tightly shut, and on one side was an extremely narrow door. Thales narrowed his eyes. A conversation from the past floated into his mind. If you run into an irreversible crisis in Extet, when even King Nuvan can't save you, Thales' eyes brightened. It's here. The next moment, he pulled Little Rascal towards the signboard. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked hard on the large wooden window under the dagger signboard. Although the residents had been evacuated due to martial law, if the owner of this place was really like what he heard, a person who often violated the law, no response. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked 3 more times. Still no response. The prince frowned and extended his hand again. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk as the knocking grew louder, Little Rascal seemed to come to her senses. She asked in a daze, where are we? A butcher shop on West Express Avenue, Thales said briefly. Is anyone there? We need help. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk he knocked on the window a few more times. However, there was still no response. Thales' original hope slowly faded. Sigh. He looked at the signboard and sighed. They've probably been evacuated. Under Little Rascal's strange gaze, Thales pulled her up in disappointment and turned to leave the butcher shop. However, he had only taken 1 step when he froze and stopped. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked woodenly. Thales spun around abruptly and yelled at the dagger signboard. $6.50. No response. Thales gritted his teeth and yelled again. Hey, $6.50. $6.50. Perhaps because he yelled a little too loudly, Thales panted and patted his own chest. However, there was still no response. There were only the 2 of them on the empty street. Thales lowered his head in disappointment. Forget it. Perhaps he. At this moment, the sound of wooden boards scraping against each other was heard, followed by the sound of a door bolt being unlatched. Asterisk clack. Asterisk Little Rascal instinctively hid behind him. Thales looked up in shock. The wooden window was opened. Someone's there? Through the window, a man with black hair, black eyes, and a flat face stared at them with an unfriendly expression. It made Thales' skin crawl. Wait a minute. This is a Far Easterner? Who are you people? How do you know this? The Far Easterner's words carried an obvious Northland accent. His tone was slightly impatient, as if he was facing a huge problem. $6.50. Thales was slightly stunned. Someone. He stared blankly at the Far Easterner. It was only when the man was about to close the window that Thales reacted and said agitatedly, Wait, we are Caslin's friends. Caslin was the one who told us this word. He said that when we need help, we should come here and say this secret code. The Far Easterner narrowed his already small eyes, as if he wanted to scrutinize them. Are you that? Thales scratched his head and desperately tried to recall their encounter in Hero Tavern. After a few seconds, he finally managed to squeeze those words out of his mind. It's Mr. Gu, isn't it? We need help. The Far Easterner, Gu, said nothing. He remained in the shadows behind the window and watched them quietly. Please. Thales was a little anxious. After a moment, Gu grinned. Caslin's friends, is it? The Far Easterner snorted softly and said slowly, Come in. At the border between the Armor District and the Shield District, a thrilling battle between 2 Lemeters had already begun. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the wind from the blade was fierce. Ida leaped into the air and pounced at Caslin. Her scimitar drew an arc and swept past the tip of his nose. The former commander of the White Blade Guards leaned back steadily. The expressionless Castellan calmly dodged the blade that was aimed at his head, even though the blade was only an inch away from his nose. Jumping up in battle is suicide, Castellan said flatly. He instantly brandished the 2-meter-long Soul Slayer pike, but it did not feel clumsy or sluggish at all. The pike even bent from his swing. The wind howled. As if it had a life of its own, the tip of the pike swung horizontally at the elf. Just like many battles between supreme-class fighters, in just a few seconds, the offensive and defensive positions switched. "That's for humans," Ida said disdainfully in the air. In the next second, with incredible agility, she climbed up the front part of the Soul Slayer pike with one hand and exerted a little force in her hand. The dark tip of the Soul Slayer pike brushed past her ear in a dangerous manner. Ida hung her entire body on the pike like a fleeting piece of clothing. She danced with Castellan and fluttered in the wind. Castellan's arms surged with unimaginable strength, and the pike shook. Ida was sent flying from the pike as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Castellan's pike did not stop at all. Like a venomous snake that had launched another attack, it pierced through the air and attacked Ida's waist in the air. But Ida once again displayed the agility of a bat. She leaned back in the air, pulled her legs back, and bent them into a C shape. Bang. The pike pierced through the air and let out an explosive sound. However, Castellan's deadly pike pierced through the empty space in Ida's C shape and swept past her back. But the sword missed its target. Castellan furrowed his brows and shook the pike again. Ida stretched her left hand backward again and placed it on the Soul Slayer pike's handle. She swung her supple body like a slingshot in the direction where Castellan had shaken the pike. With her left hand as the center, she swung around the Soul Slayer pike like a swing. Then, using the centrifugal force, she floated backwards. If Thales were here, he would probably be dumbfounded and shout, "You know how to swing on the horizontal bar." The elf somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. Bang. Only then did Castellan's pike tip land on the ground and plunge into the stone bricks. This thrilling round ended. Ida raised her machete and stood up. Her cloak had fallen to the nape of her neck during the violent maneuver just now, revealing her braided, silky, bright white hair. Castellan spun his pike. His expression did not change. He was calm and unruffled. "I've fought against the enemies of White Mountain and met the envoys from Late Twilight Kingdom," the old man in the tavern said slowly. "But your skin color is neither that of a white elf nor that of a nightmare elf." Ida raised her head, revealing her delicate, girlish face and a pair of beautifully curved, pointy ears. "You're a sacred elf, aren't you?" Castellan exhaled softly and adjusted the posture of his spear. "Of course, I've never seen the High Elves and Grey Elves in the Eastern Peninsula. But I think that you're probably from the Sacred Tree Kingdom. That's why you're protecting the Prince of Constellation." "Good guess." Ida sneered. She looked at the Soul Slayer pike with fear in her eyes. "Northland brat." Castellan nodded and flashed a smile. "The Sacred Tree Kingdom is indeed Constellation's ally and royal in-law," the old man said with a sigh. "They even provide supreme-class guards for them?" Ida's expression changed. "Bah, bah, bah." The elf waved her machete in annoyance. "What guard?" "I'm a supreme-class elite that bunch of brats begged their grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother to hire. They paid a lot of money to hire me." Castellan's eyebrows twitched. "The lifelong honorary instructor of the Royal Guards of Constellation." The elf pointed her machete at herself and said loudly and arrogantly, "Ida Roricat Giselle Doritos," but Ida's words seemed to be stuck and she stopped midway. Her silver eyes darted around, but in the end, she lowered her head dejectedly. "Ah, I can't remember my name. Just call me whatever you want." But Castellan's expression became solemn. "I see. You're the instructor of the Royal Guards." The old man raised his pike. The way he looked at Ida was different now. The White Blade Guards used to say that other than the Glacier Sentries, if there was any other troop in the world that could fight against the elite White Blade Guards and the Dragon's Imperial Guards head-on, Caslin sighed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Then there's only you, who are commonly known as the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, the Royal Guards of Constellation. Aya. Ida waved her hand, seemingly disdainful. So you still remember that you're a member of the White Blade Guards? Just now, when your people fell one by one, did you see it? Hearing that, a pained expression appeared on Caslin's face. He furrowed his brows tightly. They're all competent warriors, good children, the old man said sorrowfully. They just encountered the worst era, the worst fate. Ida snorted coldly. You really dare to say that? It seems like the famous ground shaker is just a traitor. Caslin shut his eyes tightly. Let us finish this battle. If we drag it out for too long, our people will arrive. By then, there won't be a chance for a fair fight. His voice was extremely tired. Ida did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. The Dragon Guards and the Imperial Guards have not met many times in history. When I was young, I fought against your Zakriel once, so I was very honored. Caslin opened his eyes and said solemnly. His white hair shone under the faint light of dawn. Instructor Ida. Zakriel? Aida's expression changed. She seemed to be recalling something. Was he a snot-nosed, donkey-faced brat who slacked off on the training field every day? Speaking of which, I used to punish him often. He was Constellation's famous Knight of Judgment. Caslin revealed a nostalgic smile. I haven't heard any news about him since 12 years ago. Aida's expression darkened. That fellow is in the Western Desert's prison of bones. The elf sighed. I reckon he won't be able to get out of there in this lifetime. That silly child, Caslin was slightly startled. Is that so? The old man murmured. What a pity. Caslin closed his eyes regretfully. He was really a good opponent. The next moment, the battle resumed. Caslin's spear moved without warning. He thrust it 3 times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Aida's legs. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk the tip of the spear tapped the ground 3 times, stirring up countless gravel. But Ida seemed to be dancing in a strange and elegant manner. She took 6 steps in a row, and each step perfectly avoided the Soul Slayer pike's thrust. Amid the flying gravel, Ida did not retreat. Instead, she moved with evasive steps and closed in on Caslin. She switched between offense and defense. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk while the spear could not be pulled back in time, Ida slashed at Caslin's head with a bold and unconstrained slash. The legendary commander of the White Blade Guards calmly turned around and dodged. His experienced eyes never left Aida's shoulders. As expected, following Aida's movements, the flash of the blade turned 3 times in the air. Each time, it turned in the direction where Caslin was about to dodge. But Caslin still relied on his superb eyesight and intuition to dodge the 3 dangerous turns of the blade. The wind from the blade swept past the old man's face. It took away a tuft of his white hair. Caslin finally pulled back his spear. The old man raised his arms high and the spear drew a big circle around him. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the sound of the spear's tip being dragged on the ground was ear-piercing. But Ida had already done 2 backflips and leaped out of the Soul Slayer pike's attack range. The tense exchange of offense and defense ended. The 2 Supreme Class fighters stopped again. Good flexibility and agility. Caslin sighed. Good battle awareness. Steady swing of the blade and light footing. You've really brought out the dual advantages of being an elf and a woman to the fullest. Ida chuckled and carefully observed her opponent's face. You'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate a woman. The two of them stood on both sides of the street and stared at each other quietly. The wariness in their hearts was raised to the maximum as they calculated the upcoming battle. "I wouldn't dare," Caslin said respectfully. "After all, I'm also someone who lived in the same era as Heart of the Rain. But these are all qualities that an elf should have." "It's not surprising," the old man said flatly. Aida's pupils constricted slightly. Caslin observed the ground, his gaze focused on the 3 holes he had just made. "What surprised me the most was that you were able to respond to each of my attacks and defenses perfectly. You didn't hesitate at all. It was almost perfect." "Ah." Ida shrugged. Her pair of pointy ears moved slightly. "I'm very powerful." "Huh, is that so?" Caslin's expression changed and he revealed a hearty smile. "I attacked your legs to suppress your agility. I stirred up the gravel to hinder your dexterity. I swept my spear at the end to seize the opportunity when you got close to me to launch an attack." The old man nodded approvingly. "But you cleverly avoided the thrusts on your legs, and even rushed over. While cleverly dodging the gravel behind you, you launched a counterattack. You even dodged the final sweep at the right time." Caslin raised his head and looked straight at Ida. "My 3 goals were interconnected, but I didn't achieve any of them. This can no longer be explained by reflexes or experience." He shook his head slowly. "Even Xiao and Heart of the Rain couldn't have faced my attacks so easily. Then there's only one answer left." Aida's expression did not change, but she slowly tightened her grip on the machete in her hand. The 3 sets of consecutive attacks just now were indeed very experienced. "But," Caslin sighed with emotion. His voice rose and fell as if he was sighing. "You knew my next move and plan beforehand, so you responded perfectly, didn't you?" Aida's expression changed. "No way. This old man, how long have we been fighting?" Caslin chuckled. In that second, it was as if the legendary Earthshaker had returned to the battlefield when he was young. "I heard that the probability of psionic abilities appearing among the elves is much higher than that of humans. It's an interesting phenomenon, isn't it?" The old man swung the Soul Slayer pike again. His eyes burned with a fighting spirit that he had not felt for many years. "There are also many types of psionic abilities, and there are all kinds of strange abilities." Aida's expression completely darkened. Previously, she had only focused on the infamous Soul Slayer pike. But now, compared to the Soul Slayer, she had underestimated Earthshaker. In the past, she had only heard of his legendary reputation as the leader of the White Blade Guards after he left the Tower of Eradication. But, Caslin's eyes sparkled, but he said calmly, "But I really didn't expect that there would be such a magical psionic ability." Ida sighed. "Instructor Ida, you are a psionic." "No, you are in supreme class, so I must address you as a psionic warrior." Caslin stared at Aida's silver eyes and spoke with certainty in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 195. Thud. Gu slammed 2 big bowls of steaming meat soup on the table. Thales and Little Rascal, who were washing their faces in cold water, raised their heads in a daze and stared at the expressionless Gu. The hunger that was previously suppressed by panic and fear suddenly returned to the second prince's stomach. "I used eternal oil to heat it up. The smoke will disperse indoors, no one will notice us," Gu said flatly. He sat opposite the two, his thick right eyebrow slightly raised, as if there was a hidden meaning behind it. "Of course, it's not cheap. I'll put it on the tab." Little Rascal's stomach growled at the perfect time. The girl glanced at the boy beside her timidly. Thales gulped. "What's wrong?" Gu looked at the 2 dazed children, frowned, and said impatiently, "Are you waiting for me to respectfully offer napkins and wine, my esteemed young master and young lady?" As soon as he finished speaking, Thales and Little Rascal exchanged glances and winked at each other. In the next second, like horses released from their reins, the 2 of them pounced on the chairs, picked up their respective bowls of meat soup, and gulped it down. "Don't be hasty." Gu looked at the two of them wolfing down their food and sighed. "We'll talk business after you've filled your stomachs." In just a few minutes, the two extremely hungry children finished their bowls of meat soup. They leaned on the chairs, rubbed their bloated bellies, and panted. Little Rascal even burped and lowered her head timidly. Thales exhaled contentedly. "So." Gu placed his right hand on the back of his left, his fingers tapping slowly like waves. Before Gu could continue, Thales, who had caught his breath, raised his head and said hurriedly, We need help." "Yes, I can see that." Gu sized him up, his eyes showing disdain. "Tell me something I don't know." Under Thales' gaze, Gu said nonchalantly, "For example, on this chaotic night, it's midnight now, why are the two children wandering aimlessly in the armor district, which should have been evacuated a long time ago? More pathetic than stray dogs?" Thales was slightly startled, and subconsciously said, "We," but his words came to an abrupt halt. The prince hesitantly opened his mouth and closed it again. Ever since he became a prince, his experience and intuition told him that revealing all the information he knew might not necessarily bring him sincerity and understanding. Just look at Serena and Black Sword. We are in trouble. Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, "We need to go to Heroic Spirit Palace without attracting attention. Can you help us? We will pay you." Gu's fingers did not move. He clenched his fists and stared at Thales without moving. The man's gaze was very calm, like the surface of a lake without wind or ripples, but it made Thales panic for no reason. He had no choice but to sit up properly. This Far Easterner, why does it feel so weird? Just when Thales felt that he could not hold on any longer, Gu finally spoke slowly. "Heroic Spirit Palace? Another drama of the nobles killing each other for power?" The corners of Gu's lips curled up into a thought-provoking sneer. The Far Easterner's black eyes were so deep that Thales could not see his pupils clearly. "Do you know how difficult it is to secretly go to Heroic Spirit Palace from Armor District? The distance, the slope, the gatehouse, the forbidden roads, and the cordon that has been in place since yesterday." Gu stared at Thales in the dim light. "I can make room for you, but to send you to Heroic Spirit Palace quietly and get involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles?" The Far Easterner shook his head. The coldness at the corners of his eyes made Thales shudder. "Sorry, Caslin's favor is not that great." He refused. Thales turned his head and glanced worriedly at Little Rascal. They could not just stay here and wait for death. Lampard's operation, Nuven's assassination, the accident they encountered, all these things needed to, what about contacting them? Thales raised his head and said anxiously, "You can't send us there, but can you help us contact someone?" Under Thales' worried gaze, Gu smiled. "Although it will not be easy, it is not impossible." Gu narrowed his eyes. "To whom?" Thales' eyes brightened. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Gu. "Choose carefully, child. Don't choose those whom I have to stand at the entrance of Heroic Spirit Palace and shout to reach." Also, Gu lowered his head slightly. Due to the light, his eyes were shrouded in darkness. He spoke with a profound tone. He said meaningfully, "If your situation is really dangerous, then it is best to find someone trustworthy and inconspicuous. After all, I don't want to get into trouble." Hearing Gu's words, Thales was stunned. The first person he thought of just now was Putre. Ida said that the vice diplomat mobilized people to look for him, then perhaps he could send someone. No, the prince shook his head in his heart. Thales did not know how strict Lampard's control in Dragon Cloud City was, but if the situation was as bad as he expected, then the Constellation Diplomat Group, led by Putre, would definitely become Lampard's main focus. Especially after the calamity wreaked havoc and now that all districts were under martial law, they would be very conspicuous. Even if they found this place, there was a high chance that they would be intercepted by the enemy halfway. Similarly, the people loyal to King Nuvan, such as Nicholas, were the same. He needed another candidate. Thales frowned. A person I can trust, a suitable candidate who has a secret agreement with me and King Nuvan, but is neutral on the surface, so he will not attract attention. It would be best if he had some means and connections, so that he would not be powerless after receiving the news. Thales' pupils gradually focused. In fact, Thales took a deep breath and met Gu's gaze. I happen to have such a candidate. His information network is also very wide. You definitely have a way to contact him. Gu's gaze stopped on him. After a full 5 seconds, the Far Easterner nodded slowly. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Gu changed into a cloak and stood at the door. I don't know how long I will be gone. After all, it takes time to find a way, maybe tens of minutes, maybe even longer, the Far Easterner said sternly. Before that, stay here and don't touch anything in my shop. Thales could only nod to show that he understood. Gu observed for a few minutes by the wooden window. After confirming the situation, he held the doorknob. Mr. Gu. Light flooded into the butcher's shop. Just as he was about to leave, Thales suddenly said, "Thank you." Gu revealed a strange expression and turned to look at him. The Far Easterner nodded with a faint smile. But Gu's last words before he left made Thales pale with fright. "Please wait patiently." Gu turned around and said faintly, "Your Royal Highness." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu closed the small door, leaving the butcher's shop in darkness again. Thales was the only one left, stunned on the spot. The prince turned his head and looked at Little Rascal, who was sitting by the table. "So, he knew my identity long ago? That's why I didn't ask." As he watched Gu disappear through the small door, Thales held his forehead and sighed in pain. Is it very eye-catching to see an unkempt kid running around the street? Asda, Black Sword, Gu. Why do I feel like everyone knows me at first sight? Thales turned around and looked at the chopping board and boning knife around him. He shrugged helplessly and dejectedly. He climbed onto the chair by the dining table with difficulty, picked up his wooden cup and drank a mouthful of water. He caught a glimpse of Little Rascal from the corner of his eye. The girl was staring blankly at the table, her face expressionless. Thales sighed silently in his heart. Sleep for a while. Thales put down the cup and said, "You should be very tired." Huh? Little Rascal snapped out of her daze and stared at Thales blankly, as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. You need to rest. We may have to hurry on with our journey later. Thales tried his best to speak in the most gentle tone when he saw the absent-minded girl. However, Little Rascal only stared at him blankly. Thales, the little girl said dejectedly, I feel like I'm dreaming. Little Rascal lowered her head. A nightmare, a never-ending nightmare. Thales held his breath for a moment. Little Rascal's voice was a little shaky. First it was Lady Alex, then the monster in Dragon Cloud City, and now King Nuvan. The girl's eyes behind her glasses were suddenly filled with tears. All of this. When will it end? Thales closed his eyes. There was an indescribable gloominess and sadness in his heart. She was just a child. Only a few years older than Korea, Ryan, and Sinti. She was forced to witness everything. Soon. Thales heard himself say faintly, soon, all of this will end. Everything will get better. However, in his heart, a dark voice spoke another sentence for him. No, from the moment you become a Walton, all of this will never end. He heard himself saying against his will, when we return to the Walton family and those loyal to the Waltons, we will be safe. Regardless of their motives, they will definitely protect the bloodline of the Dragon Spear family. Little Rascal trembled when she heard that. Her sobbing became more obvious. Thales, I don't want to become Saroma. I'm not a Walton. I can't do what King Nuvan said. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists and stared at the ground. Really? Little rascal sniffled. Her eyes were red. I'm just a little servant girl picked up from a pile of orphans. I'm not Lady Walton. Thales still did not say a word. Also, I'm a girl. This is Northland. Never in history. Neither the nobles nor the commoners will allow me, a girl, to become an archduchess. Little rascal took off her glasses and shook her head in pain. Let me go. I can't do what His Majesty said. With you. I'll mess it up. I don't know anything. Watching little rascal sob incessantly, Thales slowly raised his head. All right. Little rascal's sobs stopped abruptly. What? She raised her head and asked in confusion, her sobbing voice still lingering. Thales said flatly, you can go. Little rascal was stunned. King Nuvan has passed away. We don't know if Nicholas is dead or alive. As for Merc. Thales looked at her calmly. He jumped off the chair and strode forward. Now, no one will force you to become Saroma Walton. Thales approached her slowly. Little rascal shrank against the back of the chair in slight surprise. You still have a chance to stay away from all of this. Dragon Cloud City is in chaos. A missing maid will not attract attention. Thales continued under little rascal's bewildered gaze. Not to mention, so many things have happened in Heroic Spirit Palace. Little rascal sniffed sharply. Really? There was a hint of bewilderment in the girl's voice, but this bewilderment soon turned into panic and timidity. But, why are you? Thales stopped and stood a few steps away from her chair. He unclenched his fists and stared straight into the girl's green eyes. The corners of his lips curled up. Because you are you. Perhaps there are times when the margin is very small, but everyone can, and should, choose who they are. Thales gently closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. You will become the person you choose to become. At that moment, Asda's questioning words, the story Lady Gines told him, Yodel's confession in the Shadow Realm, Gilbert's agitated expression when he stood in front of the portraits of the three kings, and Kessel's lonely figure in the Jade Star family tomb flashed past his mind. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, he continued, somewhat subconsciously. Although we are always forced by life, others, society, and omnipresent power to become what they want us to become. Little rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the strange boy with a bitter smile. The girl who had cleaned herself blinked and asked subconsciously, such as, becoming a prince? Thales' gaze froze. He stared at little rascal quietly and sighed. Yes. Such as a prince. So, if you want to escape, give up, and leave, I will not stop you, I will even help you. Little rascal seemed to be scared out of her wits. She stared at Thales without moving. The second prince sighed. Kessel's words rang in his ears. From the moment you were crowned with the Jade Star name, you fought for Constellation, died for Constellation, and lived for Constellation. He refocused his gaze and stared straight into little rascal's eyes. But before that, have you thought about who you really are and who you want to become? Little rascal's eyes widened slightly. What? Thales shook his head and ignored her puzzlement. He continued to speak, minding himself. He continued, are you little rascal? The little maid who does your homework on your behalf? The fan of books in the library? Saroma Walton? The unlucky girl who was innocently dragged into all this? Little rascal froze on the spot. Her breathing slowly became irregular. In Alex's eyes, you are her humble maid. In King Nuvan's eyes, you are the last descendant of the Walton family. In the eyes of the Queen of the Sky, you are an interesting girl who wears her glasses without realizing it, Thales said calmly. But what about in your own eyes? Who are you? He asked the question he had when they first met. Little Rascal's gaze became more and more confused. Choosing to turn back into Little Rascal because of a moment of fear or past habits, choosing to become a noble lady of the Walton family because of a moment of vanity, or choosing to escape because of a moment of pressure, in my opinion, these are essentially the same. They are not what you really want. You are forced to become someone you are completely unprepared to become. In an instant, silence enveloped the small butcher shop. Little Rascal sat on the chair in a daze and stared at Thales, who stood before her. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear. "What about you?" A few seconds later, Little Rascal looked like a person who struggled out of the water. She raised her head blankly, looking for a life-saving straw. "Who do you think I am? Shouldn't I be a little maid?" "You?" Thales smiled. He shook his head. "You are unlucky. You are an unlucky girl who was dragged into these troublesome matters with me." Little Rascal's gaze darkened. She lowered her head and pouted. Thales looked into her eyes and exhaled softly. "But you are also a brave and strong girl. You have experienced nightmares and hell with me, and you have persevered until now." Thales revealed a bitter and gratified smile. "If you become an archduchess, in my opinion, whether it is King Nuvan or Archduke Lampard, you are much better than them." Little Rascal raised her head again. Her eyes shone with surprise and amazement. "In my opinion, you are not completely unprepared to become a Walton." Under Little Rascal's stare, Thales continued to speak. "You have read in Rikuru's library for many years. You can recite the books inside like the back of your hand. You are very familiar with history and illusions. You completed Alex's homework for her, and perhaps you were even more competent than she was. Moreover," Thales recalled yesterday's events in a daze. It was as if it was years ago, and the images in his memory had already turned yellow. "Faced with such a monster, even in my most desperate moment, when I was in the most dangerous situation, you never abandoned me, even if the final outcome might be a painful death." The prince looked into Little Rascal's eyes. Little Rascal pursed her lips and wiped away the tears on her face. "Let me tell you another secret," Thales said. Little Rascal blinked. A strong and muscular figure appeared before Thales' eyes, along with a pair of intimidating sky-blue eyes. "When I became a prince, my father asked me a similar question." Thales' gaze was unfocused. His thoughts were no longer in this butcher's shop, but drifted to the faraway eternal Star City. "Are you ready?" That's what he said. He chuckled subconsciously. "How did you answer?" Little Rascal asked expectantly. Thales turned and looked back at her. "I said, no." "And then?" The girl's eyes lit up. "What was your father's reaction?" Thales stared into Little Rascal's eyes quietly and did not move. Then, the latter turned her head away in embarrassment. A few seconds later, Thales sighed. He said, "It's okay. Because, fate will prepare you." That's what he told me. Little Rascal was stunned. Thales exhaled through his nose, as if he had just removed the biggest shackle. The prince flashed what he believed to be his most confident smile. "So, don't be anxious, don't panic. You have many choices." Thales held Little Rascal's hand gently and said sincerely, "When we escape this place, you can choose wisely who you are and who you want to be. Whether you want to leave or stay, I won't stop you." Little Rascal stared at him blankly. "Before that, you don't have to think about anything. You're just a loyal companion who's running for our lives with me." Thales fixed his gaze on her. "That's enough." Little Rascal stared at him in surprise. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Little Rascal sniffled and said, as if she understood something, "Okay." Thales raised his eyebrows. "Now, sleep for a while. We need strength and spirit." Little Rascal nodded obediently. Thales sighed. "Finally, I've comforted her." Thales turned around and climbed into his chair. Gu's chair was a little soft. He did not know what kind of wood it was made of. Thales, little rascal said softly behind him, "Thank you." Thales paused. "No." He lowered his head, a little disappointed. "I was the one who got you into this. Otherwise, she would still be a little maid who only had to worry about Alex in the library, reading books. Isn't that right?" The two children lay back in their respective chairs and temporarily closed their eyes in peace. Thales. In the darkness with his eyes closed, little rascal's timid voice rang again. "Are you really only 7 years old? Why do you know so much?" Thales, who was adjusting his lying position, burst into laughter when he heard her. He opened his eyes and saw little rascal lying sideways on the chair with her eyes closed. This reminded Thales of the time she was sound asleep on his bed in his room. Who knows? He slid down the chair gently and walked to the corner of the wall. Maybe I'm already 37 years old. As usual, Thales lay against the wall in the corner with his hands as a pillow. Feeling the double protection of the floor and the wall, he felt much more at ease. "I just don't look old." Little rascal's laughter rang beside him. Thales laughed too. "Choose yourself. Choose who you want to be," he repeated to himself in his heart. At the same time, he recalled what he said to the mystic before Asda left. "Yes. I will get through this disaster. I will live. And then choose who I want to be. No one can force me. No one can stop me." He closed his eyes gently. Chapter 196. In his long-awaited dream, he felt as if he had returned to that strange and dazzling world. There, the girl with a blurry face but a gentle voice hugged him from behind, which was a rare sight. She whispered, "Why? Are you sad?" He closed the laptop and smiled bitterly. "No, this result was expected. Maybe I'm not good enough." He lowered his head, feeling a little dejected. "You know, they have high expectations, it's okay." The gentle voice breathed into his ear. "I have a way to make this less sad." He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Oh? Because there's something even sadder waiting for you." He blinked, feeling a little confused. She said gently, "Let's break up." He shuddered. The girl behind him did not say anything. He turned his head stiffly. "What?" "Yes, you heard me right. Because you're a failure now," she said flatly, "so, I want to break up with you." His brain stopped working. He just stared blankly at her blurry face, feeling lost. Why? The voice behind him sighed. "All right, it's a deal." He breathed absent-mindedly. He could not accept it. He wanted to explain, but he felt that it was unnecessary. She, at this moment, okay. The voice snickered and rang happily. "Now, 10 seconds after we broke up, I announced that we're back together. Ta-da. Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wuxia." He could not think straight. What? But a few seconds later, his heart started beating again. He panted and looked at her in surprise. How is it? Compared to the pain of being dumped just now, is it less sad now? When you encounter a setback, you have to cherish your crotch. The voice giggled and blew into his ear, making him feel a little itchy. "My name is Lei Feng. You don't have to thank me." He was a little speechless. The voice said happily, "Very good. If you're a tragedy again in the future, I'll continue to comfort you like this." He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Damn woman. Can you not break up and get back together in such a serious manner? Are you joking about breaking up and getting back together? I'll take it seriously, okay?" He felt as if someone's chin was smashing into his back. "Oh, this is nothing," the owner of the voice poked Zhang Heng's back with his chin and said loudly, you don't know this, but there's a serial author on the internet. Every time the plot reaches its climax, he would write, "The book is over," and say that he's done with the book. Then, he would update the next chapter without saying a word, insisting that he's writing a new book. That's the peak of perfection. Then don't learn from him, okay? In his memory, that voice laughed happily. His voice was full of exasperation and relief. Finally, the noise stopped. She lay lazily on his back and wrapped her arms around his chest. "Hey, Chiron, don't be afraid," she said in a low voice, "no matter what happens. I'm here for you." He bowed his head and closed his eyes. "Ah, I know. I have you to protect me." The voice did not speak, but the arms around him tightened. But in the next second, everything in the dream was shattered by a sudden wave, like a reflection on the water's surface. The girl disappeared before his eyes. While he was puzzled, he heard a cold and unhappy female voice. The tone was low and contained an inexplicable emotion, making his hair stand on end. "I'm watching you. I warned you." The next moment, Thales woke up with a start. He gasped for air. That voice. That voice. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Thales turned his head, still in shock. It was Gu. The man who had just shaken him up from his sleep. The Far Easterner squatted beside him and looked at him with a displeased expression. Little Rascal stood beside him with a sleepy face. "Wake up, Prince of Constellation," the butcher said flatly, "the person you're looking for is here." "So fast?" Thales forced himself to stay awake and temporarily suppressed the scenes in his dream. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the cold ground. He has a lot of connections, so it didn't take much time. Gu stood up and shook his head. "Besides, he's here to pick you up." Thales was stunned. He shook his head and woke up from his sleepiness. "He's here to pick me up?" Thales and Little Rascal followed Gu out of the butcher's shop after he gestured. A two-wheeled carriage with a carriage was parked on the empty street. The carriage was made of cheap transparent glass. The coachman on the carriage bowed respectfully. Beside the carriage stood a middle-aged noble with a golden ponytail. The latter exhaled. "Your Highness, thank God. Thank you for your help." Thales nodded. "Time is of the essence. Please get on the carriage immediately." The middle-aged noble was obviously relieved when he saw Thales. He took off his hat and bowed to Thales. "After we entered Armor District, we were interrogated by a patrol team. Although they acted very well, I can swear that they were definitely not from the city. They were not even locals." Thales nodded with a solemn expression. "Of course, they are from Black Sand region. Lampard has been planning this for a long time." While the middle-aged noble was stunned, Thales looked at the carriage. "It's too conspicuous." Thales frowned. "A carriage? Transparent glass? Can we get out? And we have to return to Heroic Spirit Palace." The middle-aged noble digested Thales' information and then raised his head to answer the prince's question. "I used the name of Good Flow City's caravan to urgently unload important goods from Armor District. In addition, His Majesty gave me a special permit." The nobleman raised his cane and knocked on the wheel of the carriage. "And I happen to know a disciplinary officer who takes bribes. I've got some connections. He'll turn a blind eye if you leave through the blockade line he's in charge of. No news will get out. As for the glass, please don't worry. This is a custom-made carriage. You can only see me from the glass outside. You can hide in the dark compartment if necessary." Thales looked at the carriage and exhaled. "Then let's go." He raised his head and looked at the blonde noble from Camus Union. "Marquis Shiles Bamra." Shiles nodded. He opened the carriage door and his gaze lingered on Little Rascal who was hiding behind Thales. "And this is?" He narrowed his eyes. Little Rascal shrank back in fear. My maid. She saved my life on the way. I can't leave her behind, Thales said calmly. Very well, then let's talk on the way. Shiles did not ask any more questions. I also need to hear your explanation of what happened. Thales and Little Rascal boarded Shiles' carriage. Shiles sat in front while they hid in the space behind him. They could not be seen from outside the carriage at all. Just as the carriage door closed, Thales poked his head out. No matter what, thank you, Mr. Gu. The Far Easterner tilted his head and looked at him with a strange expression. He flashed an inexplicable smile. No need to thank me. Gu rubbed his hands and smiled mysteriously. Go thank Caslin. Thank him for the 6.5 loaves of bread he gave me back then, that's enough. Gu turned around and walked to his butcher shop. 6.5 loaves. I see. Thales smiled. The carriage door closed and started moving. Shiles watched Gu's figure disappear behind the door. He frowned and said, How did you get involved with the famous intelligence peddler in Dragon Cloud City? An accident. Thales said briefly, a lucky accident. Now, it's time to get down to business. The carriage drove through a stretch of streets. He raised his head and looked at Marquis Shiles in front of him. Please tell me, are Heroic Spirit Palace and the other districts still in Dragon Cloud City and under the control of the Walton family? Marquis Shiles frowned. Before I entered Armor District, the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, the patrols, and even the officials were all normal. Of course, when the king led his team away from the palace, the ravaging calamities and the return of the Great Dragon, some of the guests, including the archdukes, were emotionally unstable. But Prime Minister Leespan tried his best to calm them down. But he changed the topic and said in a low voice, My informants in the disciplinary hall and the channels of my peers told me that His Majesty has not shown up, nor has he given any orders. Only a few White Blade Guards have appeared after resisting the calamities, but they have found nothing. Everyone from the chief garrison officer to the disciplinary hall is anxious. Not long ago, the Prime Minister was still discussing whether to ignore the king's ban and send a large number of patrols into Shield District. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. So, Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City are generally safe? Safe? After we met the patrols who interrogated us, I expressed my doubts about this. Shiles shook his head and said worriedly, First of all, you have to tell me, what happened to Shield District after the calamities ravaged it? What about His Majesty? And how did you appear here? Thales took a deep breath. He looked at Marquis Shiles, who had turned his head around, and enunciated each word clearly. He enunciated each word clearly. King Nuvan was assassinated. He died. Shiles froze on the spot. His expression changed subtly, rising and falling along with the bumpy carriage. The murderer is a man with the surname Charlton, and the person who hired him is Lampard. Thales finished his sentence quietly. Little Rascal looked at them timidly. So, it seems that this is true. After a while, Shiles came back to his senses. He caressed his gloves and staff and said subconsciously, the king is dead. Extet is going to be in chaos. The crystal drop mine contract. Marquis Shiles stared at his staff in a daze, as if he was urgently calculating the gains and losses. Thales remained silent and did not speak. Soon, the carriage drove out of the boundaries of Armor District. In the winding streets of Dragon Cloud City, they entered a roadblock formed by soldiers from the patrols and barricades. They had arrived at the cordon of martial law. Thales watched nervously as the coachman conversed with the disciplinary officer who was the leader. The coachman stuffed a letter and a pouch of money into the disciplinary officer's hand. The disciplinary officer glanced at the window of the carriage. Marquis Shiles waved at him in a friendly manner. The carriage was let through without a hitch. Thales, who was lying flat on the ground with Little Rascal, heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Shiles smiled stiffly. The merchants have a lot of connections, and they are very useful. It's not a problem to deal with these people at the bottom of the hierarchy. The people around the carriage began to increase. Everywhere were the citizens of the capital who were whispering to each other. They were either disheveled or dressed in rags as they stayed on the streets. Quite a number of kind-hearted people brought out food supplies and gave them to these pitiful people living on the streets. These are the evacuated citizens. They have been homeless for a few hours, at least not before the king's ban expires. Marquis Shiles looked outside the window and shook his head. Of course, I heard that compared to the people in Shield District. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the window. A man ran over from the street with an anxious look on his face. As he ran, he shouted loudly. Thales and Shiles frowned and looked at each other in bewilderment. The crowd began to gather in one spot and followed the man's figure forward. The discussions around them became louder and louder. Soon, it became a clamor that filled the air. Immediately, the crowd's emotions began to go out of control. Some of them roared in grief and indignation, some were hysterical, and some were cursing angrily. Their carriage had no choice but to slow down as well. Soon, the man disappeared into the crowd. But the people did not disperse. They still gathered in circles and discussed enthusiastically in twos and threes with their loud voices. There was no lack of people who were so excited that they even started fighting. The Northlanders' personalities could be seen clearly. What's wrong? An ominous feeling rose in Thales' heart. I don't know, Marquis Shiles answered solemnly. But we will find out. Hence, at the next street corner, Marquis Shiles deliberately stopped the carriage. Under his signal, a patrol soldier who was maintaining order but was arguing with his colleague in an agitated manner was invited by the coachman to the carriage. Marquis Shiles opened the carriage door halfway and stuck his head out. I am from Camus Union, King Nuven's business partner. The blonde, ponytailed noble handed over a silver coin and flashed a friendly smile. May I ask what happened just now? The soldier seemed to have just experienced an intense argument. He panted and stared at the silver coin in his hand. He was slightly stunned. He raised his head again and saw the golden wheat ears and the dagger symbol on the carriage. Sir, it's such an important matter. The soldier calmed down his agitated emotions. After he came back to his senses, he seemed to be a little reserved and stuttered, You still don't know. Marquis Shiles took out another silver coin and said gently, so I need you to clear up my doubts. Just tell me what you know. The soldier looked at the silver coin in his hand again and subconsciously put it into his pocket. It's like this. The soldier straightened his armor, shook his head and exhaled. His expression became a little unpleasant. His Majesty, King Nuven was assassinated. Shiles' expression changed at the same time. What happened? How did you know? Thales hid behind the marquis. He gritted his teeth and listened quietly. I heard it from someone. The soldier looked at the marquis' reaction and seemed to have received encouragement. His words began to flow smoothly. The whole of Dragon Cloud City is saying that the murderer, Thales was shocked. Marquis Shiles frowned. Who is the murderer? It's those people from the Empire. The soldier raised his head and shouted angrily, They want to cause civil strife in Extet. The soldier's words became more and more indignant. There was anger and hatred in his tone. Those damned remnants of the Empire, that prince of Constellation from the south. They colluded with the Calamities, and even secretly ambushed people and assassins. They murdered the great-born king in Shield District. Those Constellatiate be asterisk stards. Shiles sighed in silence. Behind him, under Little Rascal's terrified gaze, Thales leaned against the carriage in a daze and panted absent-mindedly. Chapter 197. Early in the morning in Dragon Cloud City, a two-wheeled carriage drove along the messy streets, shuttling back and forth skillfully. As the carriage moved forward, the indignant shouts outside the window gradually lessened. In the carriage, Marquis Shiles turned his head and looked at Thales, who did not say a word. The Marquis shook his head silently in his heart. "After all, are you all right, Your Highness?" the Marquis of Camus Union asked tentatively. Thales raised his head as if he had sensed something and glanced at Shiles in a daze. Little Rascal, who was beside him, sensed that the atmosphere was not right and secretly inhaled. Under the Marquis' subtle gaze, Thales sighed after a while. "Yes. I'm just a little tired." Shiles gripped his cane, his expression was solemn. "What are your plans, Your Highness?" Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath, expelling all the fear and uncertainty in his heart. "I have to pull myself together." At times like this, the prince clenched his fist and felt the wound on his palm caused by the dagger. "It hurts. But, I seem to understand a little." He opened his eyes and his gaze was firm. "We must hurry to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible about why Lampard dared to take the risk to assassinate His Majesty and even brought his army to Dragon Cloud City. It's war again, right?" Marquis Shiles sighed. He turned his gaze to the street outside the window. At first, he looked hesitant, then worried. "Is there any other circumstantial evidence about His Majesty's assassination?" The figures of the White Blade Guards charging forward one after another appeared before Thales' eyes. He remembered how they used their bodies to block the arrows for the two children. He remembered the last White Blade Guard's twisted face as he struggled to turn around to face the enemy. The Dragon's Imperial Guards. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. "Maybe not. With Lampard's personality, he will probably handle it very cleanly. Is there any news about Nicholas or the others? The people in Shield District?" "As far as I know, there isn't." Marquis Shiles tugged at his cuff gently and sighed slightly. "It seems that things are a little troublesome." "Yes." Thales' voice was low as he quickly thought about the situation before him. No one expected Lampard to use such a swift, intense, and extremely effective method. "I'm afraid there aren't many cases of the ex-debt king being killed by his subordinate archdukes." "Not one." A young female voice rang out in the carriage. Thales and Shiles were stunned. They turned to look at Little Rascal. About 200 years ago, the Tannen family of Prestige Orchid attempted to assassinate the common elected king at that time. In the end, their plot was exposed. King Kosa gathered the armies of the other archdukes and marched to the Tannen family's castle. They erected the Rockne family's Knights Cannon flag. After Little Rascal said this, she blinked and touched her head, as if she was trying to recall. On the seventh day, mourning Archduke Amos Tannen, who violated the joint ruling pledge, was tied up by his subordinates and the disgruntled people and taken out of the city. The girl raised her head and said with certainty, in front of everyone, King Kosa personally pierced the traitor's chest with the Soul Slayer pike. Jacob Alcius was the first person to escort the mourning Archduke out of the city. Later on, he became the first Archduke of Prestige Orchid with the surname Alcius. Thales and Shiles frowned as they listened to Little Rascal with strange expressions on their faces. Only then did Little Rascal notice the other two's expressions. She blushed and immediately lowered her head timidly. They exchanged a glance. "You said that she's your maid?" Marquis Shiles was a little puzzled. "Yes, that's what I like about her." Thales touched his head, feeling a little awkward. He secretly poked Little Rascal, causing the latter to lower her head even more. He. Is that so?" Shiles cast a profound glance at Little Rascal and flashed a sly smile. "I see." Thales quickly changed the topic. "So, whether it's regicide or rebellion, it seems to be a terrible crime in Northland." Shiles nodded and sighed. "If that's the case, the Northlanders will not allow a regicide." "How did Lampard have the guts to do so?" Thales put his hand down. His expression was solemn. He thought of Viscount Kent Vida of Black Sand Region and the Fire Knight, one of the 5 war generals. "I'm afraid we've all underestimated Lampard," he said quietly. Thales suddenly raised his head. "But Lampard still has a barrier that he cannot bypass." The prince narrowed his eyes. "If his intentions are indeed what I think they are." Shile's gaze rested on his staff. "Such as?" "Too many things are still shrouded in mystery. There's a need to reorganize the clues." Thales shook his head. His expression became more and more solemn, and his brain worked frantically. When did Lampard start planning, and how did he carry out all of this? The carriage turned a corner. "Is this important?" "The situation has already worsened to this extent." Marquis Shiles took out an exquisite pocket watch with a copper chain. "Forgive me for being blunt, other than clarifying the truth, perhaps you should consider how to escape. I can provide some ways. This is very important." Thales nodded slowly, arranging his thoughts step by step. "The reason why the situation is so bad is because we've underestimated Lampard." "I'll ask you again." Shiles' expression was serious. "Now, I can send you out of the city quietly, and even back to Constellation. Are you sure you want to return to Heroic Spirit Palace? Return to that unfathomable vortex?" Thales did not seem to hear him. He continued, "We still don't know the full picture of Lampard's plan." "Then, we might as well go back to the beginning of his plan," Shiles silently observed the young prince. His evaluation of him rose slightly in his heart. Under such circumstances, how many people can still restrain their fear and think calmly? What a pity. The Marquis sighed silently in his heart. The prince's gaze suddenly froze. "Your Grace," Thales thought of something and asked subconsciously, "why did King Nuvan look for Pofford and Lampard's collaborator?" "Huh?" The Marquis of Goodflow City raised his eyebrows. "Why did King Nuvan look for Pofford? Is there a need to ask this question? Because Archduke Pofford coincidentally killed his son?" Shiles' eyes turned, as if he did not quite understand the prince's question. With a strange expression, he answered tentatively, "And King Nuvan coincidentally discovered this?" Thales shook his head. "Because King Nuvan obtained information about Lampard's investigation, Disaster Sword, remember?" Thales' gaze became clearer. "This information linked Prince Mariah's assassination and my assassination in front of Broken Dragon Fortress together. That's why you concluded that Lampard had a collaborator, and why King Nuvan wanted revenge." A world of ice and snow appeared before Thales' eyes. It was what Nicholas and Shiles told him a few nights before he arrived at Dragon Cloud City. Shiles did not answer immediately. He paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, "You mean?" Thales exhaled slowly. There was a solemn look in his eyes that had never been seen before. "I'm afraid that when I set off from Black Sand Region, when Nicholas received news from the Disaster Swords, and when King Nuvan decided to take revenge, we all fell into Lampard's trap." He lowered his head slightly. His expression was unpleasant. Beside him, Little Rascal saw his expression and did not dare to breathe loudly. "No, not enough. We still lack some clues, some crucial clues. To be able to carry out such a large and long-lasting plan," Thales murmured, "from planning to execution, from Black Sand Region to Dragon Cloud City, from assassination to troop transport, from operation to secrecy, it's definitely not something a remote archduke can do alone. Lampard must have a mole as a helper. Regarding this, I agree with you." Marquis Shiles nodded with a solemn expression. "I think Lampard does have a helper to pull off such a big thing. You have a wide network of connections. Do you have any clues?" Thales' eyes brightened. "In your opinion, who is the most suspicious?" At this moment, Little Rascal suddenly raised her head as if she had sensed something. She stretched her head out to look outside the window. Her face paled and she nudged Thales. Thales only noticed that their carriage had stopped without them noticing. Marquis Shiles put the pocket watch that he had been stroking for a long time into his pocket and sighed. "Your Highness, we've arrived." Thales thought of something. "So fast?" "I remember that Heroic Spirit Palace is still a little short," Shiles interrupted him and blinked. "For the rest of the journey, another lord will escort you." Thales was slightly startled. "What?" In the next moment, their carriage door was opened. A rough voice that made Thales' expression change traveled into the small carriage. "Your Grace, thank you very much for your help." A middle-aged nobleman in military attire, whom Thales was very familiar with, held the carriage door with one hand and pressed his saber with the other. Under the protection of a dense group of soldiers, he boarded their narrow carriage. "Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time looking for this guest." The newcomer sat down heavily. His sharp, sword-like gaze swept past Thales and Little Rascal. Thales felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Little Rascal was so frightened that she covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. The ruler of Black Sand region, Archduke Chapman Lampard, sat next to the smiling Marquis Shiles and closed the car door in a calm and composed manner. Marquis Shiles put on the friendliest smile in front of Archduke Lampard, just like the first time he met Thales. The Marquis leaned forward slightly and said respectfully, "It's my honor." Lampard snorted softly. He turned his head and glanced at Thales with a pair of cold eyes. "You're really good at running, Your Highness." Little Rascal recalled the bloody scene just now and was already shivering in fear. The prince only stared blankly at the Archduke of Black Sand region in front of him. He did not move. Fear and panic instantly climbed into his heart, but he forcibly suppressed them. "No, Chapman Lampard. Shiles Bamra." This means, a few seconds later, Thales snapped out of the shocking scene in front of him. "Shiles Bamra, you." He turned his head and looked at the Marquis of Good Flow City in disbelief. "You betrayed us." Lampard did not say a word. His expression was as cold and stern as ever. "Don't be so surprised, Your Highness." Marquis Shiles sighed regretfully and shook his head slowly. "This does not match your usual genius image. Besides, I did not betray you." "You did not betray me?" Thales was so angry that he laughed. "Don't tell me that from the beginning, you." Thales paused, and his expression changed. "It can't be." At that moment, he realized that he might be right. "You are the helper." Thales looked at the smiling Marquis Shiles and said in disbelief, "From the beginning, you were in cahoots with Lampard?" "You came to your senses very quickly, Your Highness," Lampard said sarcastically. A second later, Thales bellowed in shock and anger, "Shiles, you betrayed King Nuvan." Little Rascal trembled slightly. Lampard chuckled disdainfully. Marquis Shiles frowned. Thales clenched his trembling fists and stared angrily at the soldiers of Black Sand region who were dressed in patrol uniforms outside the window. They fell into Lampard's hands again. This time, it was more hopeless and worse than the last time. Tisk, tisk. The Marquis of Camus Union shook his head as if he disliked Thales' words. "Don't say that. I hate betrayers and despicable people the most. I have never betrayed King Nuvan." Thales desperately suppressed his impulse and anger. "I thought you had an agreement with King Nuvan. Of course, he needs to take revenge on the culprit who betrayed Maria." Shiles shrugged as if he did not care. "For this, he needs a third-party candidate like me, who can move freely among the archdukes without arousing suspicion." The Marquis blinked. "Using the crystal drop mine contract in exchange for revenge, this is very fair." Thales panted and glanced at the unsmiling Lampard. "But you betrayed Nuvan." "No, no, no, Your Highness." Shiles sighed, raised a finger and shook it gently. "You misunderstood." Shiles opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shrewdness, but there was a hint of indisputable sincerity in them. I am a man of integrity and I keep my promises. The spirit of a contract is my first creed. The spirit of a contract? Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Yes. Shiles nodded and spread his left hand. I faithfully fulfilled the agreement with King Nuvan and helped him find and kill his enemy. He was very satisfied, and I was also very happy. Shiles raised a finger, raised his eyebrows and shook his head, as if he was blaming Thales for doubting him. The spirit of a contract. The Marquis' gaze was very clear. There was not even a hint of guilt or awkwardness. It was as if this was his true nature. Thales took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river surged into his head at the right time. Finally, Thales slowly slowed down his breathing and his brain began to calm down. Marquis Shiles continued to smile amiably and winked. As for now, I am only fulfilling another contract with Sir Lampard. As always, I keep my promise. Look, it's still the spirit of a contract. Thales unclenched his fists and looked at Lampard's hand, which was placed on his saber. He gave up on the idea of touching his dagger. How much have you done for Lampard? Thales said coldly. Help him prepare resources? Or directly kill the king? Shiles exhaled and met Lampard's gaze. The latter's eyes were filled with coldness. Let me think, it's actually not much. The Marquis drew out his staff and smiled faintly. Provide the Archduke with some news from Heroic Spirit Palace, regarding the king's whereabouts and the progress of his plans, mobilize some of Camion's business connections, use conventional channels to deliver information and items, and cover up some news. Prepare some weapons and send some manpower into the city with His Majesty's special pass. Of course, as for disguising and replacing them with the patrol team, that's Mr. Vlad's task. As he listened to Shiles spew out one chilling news after another, Thales raised his head abruptly. Since when? When Nicholas came looking for me? When I entered Dragon Cloud City? The prince said indignantly, or were you Lampard's spy from the very beginning? Marquis Shiles smiled and said nothing. Enough, Lampard said from the side. His tone was cold as he glanced at Shiles mercilessly. Our time is tight. But Thales did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to his enemy. What did he give you to make you risk the greatest taboo to work with a king slayer? The prince said angrily. Contract? Money? Power? After deducting the price you paid, could it be more than what King Nuvan gave you? Shiles shook his head. No, the problem is not what Sir Lampard gave me. The Marquis smiled apologetically at Archduke Lampard, then turned to Thales and said, you can't just look at profits and numbers when doing business. Sometimes, you have to build up some reputation and connections. King Nuvan is a good collaborator, but even if it's the most surefire business deal, you have to leave a backup plan. Thales was stunned when he heard that, then he sneered. So, Lampard and Black Sand region are the backup plan you prepared outside of King Nuvan and Dragon Cloud City? Marquis Shiles turned his head. He pushed open the carriage door and tapped his cane on the pedal. You're wrong again. A backup plan is not a prepared person or thing, it's a concept. Shiles turned around and smiled faintly. He gestured at Lampard with his palm. The Archduke has proven his value and potential. So, when he appeared in front of me, even if we didn't agree on it beforehand, he would naturally become my backup plan. Thales sneered disdainfully. Shiles Bamra. His gaze moved back and forth between Lampard and Shiles. He gritted his teeth and said, what about after Lampard? Have you prepared a backup plan for him? Lampard raised his head slightly and cast a chilling gaze at Thales. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Thales' heart tensed up. If I were you, Your Highness, Shiles stepped down from the carriage without turning his head and said with a smile, I would start thinking of a way to get out of this, instead of trying to sow discord in vain. Lampard snorted coldly. Very reasonable. Thales clenched his fists and said no more. Once again, his gaze swept past the densely packed soldiers outside the window. At that moment, his heart was filled with despair. Behind him, Little Rascal hugged his arm tightly. Then, I'll leave the rest to you. Marquis Shiles turned around and bowed slightly to Archduke Lampard on the ground. He then flashed a smile at Thales. Please rest assured, Your Highness. As I promised, the Archduke will send you to Heroic Spirit Palace. Thank you. Thales snorted in disdain. Thank you for the spirit of the contract. Marquis Shiles had a smile on his face. He did not look offended at all. Lampard extended his hand and slowly held the handle of the carriage door. After I'm done, I'll send someone to send the carriage back. Lampard exhaled deeply and nodded slightly at Shiles with a cold expression. I'll remember the friendship of Good Flow City. Shiles exhaled a hot breath and watched as his coachman stepped down from the driver's seat. Another soldier from Black Sand region took his place. No, there's no need for that. The Marquis shook his head. With a profound gaze, he swept past Lampard and the two children. His tone was full of pity. I think I don't need this carriage anymore. The few of them were silent for a few seconds. Farewell, Your Grace. Marquis Shiles tidied up his luxurious clothes, which were wrinkled from getting up and down the carriage. He straightened his top hat and said respectfully, I wish you all the best and that all your wishes come true. Lampard was about to close the carriage door when he suddenly stopped. The Archduke of Black Sand region paused for a moment. He turned his head and stared at Shiles with a stern gaze. All my wishes come true? Do you think I'll succeed? Lampard said flatly. Thales thought of something. Succeed? What do they want to do? Of course, you have a unique vision and bearing. Marquis Shiles exhaled with a rather emotional sigh. To be able to witness such an important, crucial, and magnificent history, I share the honor. Lampard sneered. Holding his cane with both hands, Shiles nodded slowly. The smile on his face was as humble and respectful as ever. I have no doubt about your future. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze was complicated. He stared at the Marquis with a subtle expression. After a few seconds, he nodded in response. Good day, Your Highness. Shiles turned his head and looked at Thales, who had an unpleasant expression. He also gave his blessings respectfully. I also wish you and your maid, but his words made Thales feel extremely sarcastic. All the best and that all your wishes come true. The carriage door closed and the carriage moved. But this time, the person who stared coldly at Thales in the carriage was Chapman Lampard, who had a cold expression on his face. Little Prince, I still don't know. Under Thales' murderous gaze and Little Rascal's fearful gaze, Archduke Lampard gently drew out his old saber. He turned his frightening gaze towards the prince and the girl beside him. Since when did you have a maid? Facing the cold gleam of the blade, Little Rascal trembled slightly. Chapter 198. Thales stared blankly at Lampard's half-unsheathed sword. This was not the first time he was in danger. Based on Thales' understanding of this world, it might not be the last either. However, he really did not know what he could do when he was in the same carriage as the murderous Archduke Lampard, and there were countless soldiers outside the carriage. Could he use his so-called mystic energy again? Thales reached out and held Little Rascal's hand tightly. You're Nuven's granddaughter, aren't you, little girl? Lampard flipped his sword over and said flatly. Both of them froze. Thales' palm was ice cold. For a moment, he did not know how to react. He realized it. The Archduke of Black Sand region stared fixedly at the old sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with a strange emotion. When Nuven went to war against the calamities, he brought you and her, the two most important bargaining chips, with him. This is really unexpected, Lampard said to himself. Little rascal was so frightened that she could not even speak. Thales took a deep breath. What should he do? No. Since it was already the end. He had to at least figure out some things. Thales slowly raised his head and stared straight into Lampard's eyes. I think your actions are probably out of Nuven's expectations as well. The King Slayer. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk there was a crisp sound of metal scraping against metal. Little rascal trembled slightly. Thales was also startled. Lampard turned his head. The sword in his hand had already returned to its sheath. Don't you understand? Whether it's Nuven's death or the current chaotic situation. Archduke Lampard's gaze was very complicated, but Thales could not read much emotion from it. He only heard the Archduke say, all of this was brought about by you. Me? Thales looked up in shock. Lampard's expression fluctuated on the bumpy carriage. It brightened and darkened as the light changed. If everything went smoothly and according to my and Arun's plan, the Archduke said flatly, Constellation and the dragon would both welcome a new life. Until you destroy everything. Lampard's gaze became sharp and cold as he directed it at Thales. In Constellation, you turned Arun, who was destined to be king, into a prisoner. In Broken Dragon Fortress, you cut off my final path of retreat. In Extet, you used Nuven's rage to force Black Sand Region to the brink of destruction. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's words became exceptionally cold, causing Thales to shudder. It was you who forced me to use the most drastic method. Thales gritted his teeth. A coward's excuse. The prince tried his best not to look at the old scabbard, which had been polished until it was shiny. He did not take a single step back and said, why don't you ask yourselves, why did you assassinate Prince Mariah and covet the throne? Even after the plan failed, it wasn't that you didn't have any other way out, but you chose the most extreme one. Thales shot Lampard a cold glance. A regicide Grand Duke. Lampard stared at him without moving. Then, a rare sneer appeared on his face. When I was your age, my mother brought Harold and I back to Dragon Cloud City. At the city gate, I saw a criminal being executed with my own eyes. Lampard's lips were slightly tilted to the side, and his eyes sparkled. The moment before the execution, my grandfather's warrant arrived. He wanted to pardon the criminal. Thales frowned. He glanced out of the carriage with the corner of his eye. No, there's still no chance. In the end, Lampard continued, before the warrant was read out and the king's order had yet to take effect, the executioner swung his axe and chopped off the criminal's head. Little rascal was still terrified, but as she listened to Lampard's story, she subconsciously put on an attentive expression. The executioner was a valiant warrior. His methods were clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Even now, I still remember the head that was raised high and the blood that spilled. I also remember the scene of him casually receiving the king's warrant with his bloodied hands. The Archduke paused for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. In the carriage, Harold kept comforting me, who was crying out of fear. Lampard seemed to be in a daze. He said quietly, that was the first time I understood what death and slaughter meant. He raised his head and turned towards Thales. But this time, Lampard did not look at Thales. Instead, he looked behind him. At the little girl. Thales' heart clenched. He could not help but tighten his grip on little rascal's hand. Later, my mother told us that the executioner was her biological brother, our uncle, Prince Nuven Walton. Lampard said expressionlessly, his sharp eyes fixed on little rascal. Nuven Walton VII, your grandfather, my uncle, was born a murderer. He was ruthless, tenacious, and stubborn. He could not tolerate weakness and hesitation, especially after he was crowned. Little rascal only stared at Lampard blankly. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. He always liked to deal with his enemies in a simple, violent, and swift manner, Lampard said flatly. Thales's gaze shifted. The scene of King Nuvan killing Pofret, poisoning Alex, and banishing Merc without hesitation in the Hall of Heroes was still vivid in his mind. But the scene that left the deepest impression on him was when the old king took out Triumph and placed it in Little Rascal's hand. He did this to the glacial orcs, to White Mountain, to the Alliance of Freedom, and to Constellation. Lampard cast his gaze out of the window again. There was a heaviness in his tone that Thales could also sense. It's the same for Black Sand region. The only way to deal with him is to be faster than him. Before he destroys me, destroy him first. Lampard's fingers tightened on the scabbard. His tone suddenly turned cold. At the same time, Thales sighed. I understand, the prince suddenly said. His words were filled with exhaustion and emptiness. Start with the fortress. Lampard looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Your plot. Thales leaned against the carriage, feeling a little down. It started when I was assassinated in front of the fortress and then entered your military camp, right? At that time, you knew very well that if you couldn't take down Broken Dragon Fortress, what awaited you would be King Nuvan's terrifying, storm-like vengeance. Thales raised his head and met Lampard's eyes. He said with certainty, from then on, you made up your mind to destroy Nuvan completely, before he destroyed you. Lampard's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed a little surprised. Tell me about your plan. Thales raised his eyebrows and exhaled through his nose. You've schemed and schemed to complete an unprecedented feat, but you have no one to talk to. It must be very boring. Tell me, how did you accomplish all of this? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on him. He did not move. The carriage turned a corner. The inertia caused the prince and Little Rascal to lean slightly. Thales decided to take the initiative and let him lead the conversation. Just like the countless fieldwork and interviews in the dreams of his past life. So when you proposed to form an alliance with me in the tent, the prince said flatly, you actually had ill intentions? Perhaps it was to arrange something through me? For example, it would be more convenient to push the blame for King Nuvan's death onto him, just like what Lampard was doing now. Thales remembered the days in Black Sand military camp. An ally's sneak attack was always more effective than an enemy's face-to-face. He thought of Serena Corleone, the vicious beauty who taught him to be wary of his ally. Finally, Lampard snorted softly. No, at that time, I really wanted to reconcile with you. I even thought of sharing my plan with you. The Archduke shook his head and his tone turned cold. Unfortunately. Thales's brain began to work. He had already determined the beginning of this plot. So, Pofret. Thales's gaze flickered. When you were investigating your mystic gun unit and my assassination, you claimed that you found the disaster sword, but King Nuvan found out about it. Now, it seems that you deliberately leaked this information to King Nuvan, right? You knew that King Nuvan would first deal with this close enemy. Thales recalled the thrilling duel in Heroic Spirit Palace. Pofret was actually betrayed by you to Dragon Cloud City. Lampard snorted coldly. Caslin, he said flatly as the carriage wheels scraped against the ground, my uncle used to be in the Tower of Eradication. He was very interested in the disaster sword, and at the same time, he had a good relationship with Nuvan. So I leaked the information to him, and Nuvan would naturally find out from him. At the same time, he could also accomplish some other things. Caslin didn't know that you planned to kill the king, did he? Thales looked at him quietly, trying to find something from Lampard's gaze. I heard that he had a bad relationship with you. Lampard glanced at him thoughtfully. Thales could only avert his gaze. Lampard shook his head slowly. When you were assassinated, I knew that Pofret was trying to set me up. That selfish and cowardly fellow was naive enough to think that we were just playing a game where he could take back his chips at any time and quit the game to cut his losses. Thales sighed. He paid the price. He betrayed his ally, and in the end, he died because of his ally's betrayal. As you said, investigating this matter was only to leak this information to Nuven. Of course, it was also to fill in the gaps in my troops. In fact, it was this investigation that gave me an unexpected discovery. Lampard's fingers gently stroked his sword. Thales raised his head. What discovery? Lampard gave him a mysterious look and shook his head. Thales looked at him quietly, but the other party had no intention of explaining at all. The prince could only sigh in his heart. So, you used Pofred as a sacrificial pawn to attract King Nuven's attention. Based on his experience in the interview, Thales chose to skip this point and continued the topic. And you were busy preparing your conspiracy. For example, you used my assassination as an excuse to brazenly send troops to the north to escort me. You even contacted an ally like Shiles, right? Lampard stared at his saber. His gaze was cold. This was the last use that coward from Beacon Illumination City could play, the Archduke said slowly. To divert some attention and buy some time, the meeting, the banquet, the duel. I heard that Nuven had a great time in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales' tone became low. At the same time, he lost his vigilance against you. Lampard nodded. His eyes were filled with a piercing glint. In the half a day given to me by Pofred's death, I had to secure victory. Betraying an ally, diverting the enemy, seeking an ally, seizing the opportunity to dispatch troops, preparing a plan, and the final thunderous strike. Thales sighed. Unfortunately, it happened to be a chaotic night caused by the calamity. You really are a lunatic. He raised his head and stared at Lampard in disbelief. Do you know that no matter which part of this goes wrong, you will be consigned to eternal damnation? Lampard paused for a moment. The carriage drove over an uneven ground, and the carriage shook violently. Little rascal, who was already nervous, could not help but scream. Lampard suddenly raised his head. Consigned to eternal damnation? The Archduke of Black Sand region raised his voice. Lampard's sharp gaze was chilling. Child, you don't know anything. I don't know anything. Thales furrowed his brows. Lampard locked his gaze on him with unprecedented firmness and seriousness. His tone was full of suppressed emotions. In order to complete that grand plan with Arund, we started preparing many years ago. From the communication of intelligence to the mobilization of the territory, from the bribing of connections to the search and cultivation of talents. In order to take down the fortress, I issued a rarely seen draft law in the history of Extet. I used up almost every copper coin, every drop of blood, and every man in the territory. The day before the bitter cold winter was imminent. I did not reserve supplies, did not cultivate wastelands, and did not transport rations. I bet everything on this plan. Thales was slightly stunned. Lampard continued, his tone becoming more and more urgent. For this plan, Black Sand region has long been unable to make ends meet, be it in terms of rations or funds. It is impossible to repay the money I borrowed from the Camian merchants. Our finances are about to collapse, and the coming year will only become more and more difficult. I don't have a lot of trustworthy regular soldiers. 2,000 is the limit. There are even fewer who are willing to fight against Dragon Cloud City. After the Great Dragon appeared last night, I secretly executed a group of waivers. Even so, I can't directly order them to surround and kill the king. I can only use vague orders to let them fight against Extet's enemies. And in Dragon Cloud City, the counts in the suburbs can recruit an army that is several times larger than ours. As for the Walton family's own recruits, once they discover us, we will be destroyed in Dragon Cloud City's encirclement at any time. We won't even be able to cause a splash. For last night, I braved the impending day before the bitter cold winter, gnawed on dry rations, and brought the meticulously trained army all the way here. Their gazes when they looked at me were filled with fatigue, dejection, and confusion. They only relied on the instincts left behind from past training to maintain the most basic combat power. My people, from Levon to Kenvita, from Tolja to Bits, all bet their lives and heads to restrain the army to follow me into this bottomless abyss. And we didn't even think about the supplies and warmth on the way back. Lampard tightened his grip on the scabbard in his hand. His expression was terrifying and fierce. Because I know that it is very likely that we won't even have a way back. This is an expedition with no way out. Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. The Archduke of Black Sand region, who was unsmiling and ate venison in the tent, whose face flickered with the light from the fire, who pushed a wine glass towards Thales, only to be rejected by him in mockery, began to become three-dimensional in front of Thales' eyes. Do you understand now, young prince? When you were sitting comfortably in Renaissance Palace, receiving the royal family's name, and when your father was helping you eliminate enemies like Arund, the Archduke of Black Sand region said slowly, Black Sand region and I were already beyond redemption. What I did was to seize the last chance of survival in a hopeless situation that was already beyond redemption. I racked my brains to manipulate the situation and atmosphere, mobilized all possible and impossible manpower and connections, made countless promises, from the Marquis of Goodflow City to the gang leaders, from Camus Union's merchant group to the Armor District's information peddlers, from Shadow Shield to the Charlton family. I even asked Shiles to urge and intensify the conflict between you and Poffret at the fastest possible speed, and Lampard stopped talking. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. All so that I could rush forward and deliver the final, lightning-fast, fatal blow before Nuven realized it. The Archduke's eyes flashed. I can only sit here after experiencing all this. I have the future of our two kingdoms firmly in my hands. Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. It was as though he was getting to know him for the first time. The carriage drove through a street. The soldiers of Black Sand region cleared the way for them in a low-key but effective manner. Thales suddenly noticed that compared to the last time they met, Lampard's hair had turned much whiter, and he looked more haggard. His lips were pale, and his eyes were sunken. Black Sword's words before the battle with Giza resurfaced in his mind. They seek hope in hopeless situations, seek to turn the tables in the midst of losses, sublimate favorable situations into certain victories, and turn unforeseen and unexpected situations into their own support. Thales exhaled deeply. I understand now. The prince closed his eyes. Powerful people, so that's how it is. Lampard narrowed his eyes. What? Thales opened his eyes. Under Little Rascal's curious gaze, he said flatly, in your game, in the confrontation between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, you are undoubtedly the weaker party. You are at a complete disadvantage and in imminent danger. The prince sneered softly. Do you know, after Nuven killed Poffret, he even threatened to send troops to Black Sand region at the beginning of spring in exchange for a satisfactory Archduke of Black Sand region? Lampard lowered his head and snorted. As I expected, my dear uncle. You know your uncle, your king, and your opponent very well. But he doesn't know you, doesn't know his nephew. Thales heaved a long sigh. You gambled everything, not even leaving a way out for yourself. You schemed, plotted, and did everything you could to gather chips. For the sake of survival, you risked your life. Lampard did not speak. Thales chuckled softly. His voice was full of sorrow. In comparison, Nuven Walton was the common elected king. He controlled Dragon Cloud City, held supreme authority and great power. Even though you killed his son, he still treated you as a weak vassal. Thales sighed softly. Because of his own strength, he was confident. He treated you as someone like Poffret, as an insignificant existence that he could easily destroy with a flip of his palm. In this game of life and death between Nuvan Walton and Chapman Lampard, you were the truly powerful one. The second prince raised his head and stared at Lampard calmly. And King Nuvan's failure and death, it was already destined. At that moment, Thales noticed that Lampard's gaze on him was different. Very well. The conversation has begun. Thales took a deep breath. So, there is still one last question that I still can't figure out. Under Lampard's complicated gaze, Thales slowly enunciated each word. Aside from being an assassin, why did you come to Dragon Cloud City personally? Anne. Chapter 199. How are we going to end this? In the moving carriage, Lampard lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his saber. His expression was subtle, but he did not answer. King Nuvan is dead, but Dragon Cloud City is still powerful. There are still 4 important archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. I don't think they're fools. Thales observed the archduke's expression and said cautiously, and the Prince of Constellation assassinating the common elected king, this result will definitely not satisfy everyone, especially when the army of Black Sand region suddenly appeared. Thales stared at Lampard's face and said softly, how are you going to explain this to them? Or do you want to kill them all and be done with it? Lampard did not say a word. His expression was wooden. Thales clenched his fists slightly. The carriage was still moving forward. He did not know how far away it was from Heroic Spirit Palace. He also did not know how far away he was from the end of his life. There's no other way. I have to take a drastic measure. Thales took a deep breath and said flatly, if nothing goes wrong, once the news of Nuvan's death spreads, the King's Selection Congress will be held soon. Do you think you still have a chance? As expected, Lampard's gaze moved and he looked at him. Thales suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with the calmest expression. Not to mention that you're Nuvan's enemy and have a terrible reputation for killing your brother, Thales said word by word. The archdukes will not let you become king. Lampard's gaze was fixed on his sword. King? The archduke raised his voice and uttered the word in a questioning tone. Then, he snorted softly and repeated it sarcastically. King. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, a descendant of the Emperor, the natural, legitimate, and legal ruling family of Constellation, Lampard said faintly. Of course you don't have such concerns, do you? Thales' heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he seemed to have caught on to something. Concerns? He asked naturally. Lampard ignored him. His sharp gaze was still fixed on his old sword. Since Nuvan's grandfather, they viewed Black Sand region as a thorn in their side. At that time, the Walton family had already monopolized the throne of Dragon Cloud City. Little rascal blinked. When it came to Nuvan's father, the Walton family began to attempt to control Black Sand region, Lampard continued. His gaze was a little dazed. For example, recruiting the youngest son of the Archduke of Black Sand region into the White Blade Guards, or marrying his daughter, the noble princess of Ekstedt, to her father, the heir of the Archduke of Black Sand region, in the name of the king. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard a similar story during the duel between King Nuvan and Pofrit. That's how my parents got married. Lampard sighed. Then, a rare smile appeared on the Archduke of Black Sand region's face. Unexpectedly, this marriage, which was purely based on the king's will, turned out to be a good one. According to the old servants, my mother did everything she could to make my father fall in love with her. She gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him. This love lasted until my father became the Archduke. The carriage entered a narrow alley. It seemed to be taking a shortcut or taking a detour. Lampard continued to speak. Just like that, my father resisted the corruption of Dragon Cloud City with his own power, even though this corruption originated from the woman he loved the most by his side, his family and power. He hovered in this balance all his life. Thales and Little Rascal listened quietly. Such an Archduke of Black Sand region was rare. Since we were very young, Harold and I were brought back and forth between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region by our mother. Archduke Lampard exhaled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Until we came of age, until Harold took over the governance of Black Sand region. Harold? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The name seemed a little unfamiliar. He is, Lampard paused for a moment. Harold Lampard, my eldest brother. Gloom and mockery flashed in the Archduke's eyes. A ridiculous fool. There's no one more foolish than him in the world. He said faintly. Little Rascal seemed to recall something. She stared at Lampard with a slightly pale face. Thales sensed a different emotion in Lampard's tone. You don't have a brother, do you? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on the sword. A few seconds later, he said desolately, how lucky. Thales raised his eyebrows. He remembered the 2 small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb. His elder sister and brother in name. Lydia and Luther Jade Star. Lampard gently pulled out his saber. The Archduke's expression was complicated. His fingers gently stroked the sharp blade. Until 12 years ago. Lampard raised his head slightly and looked at Thales. His tone turned cold. Everything changed. His action sent a chill down the prince's spine. Wait a minute. Thales' brain began to work. 12 years ago. 12 years ago again. That means, an unprecedented civil strife broke out in Constellation. It was extremely chaotic. Lampard's voice rang in the carriage, narrating the history that Thales was all too familiar with. Since the Fourth Peninsular War, Exdet has been waiting for a rare opportunity in 100 years, to unify Northland and completely eliminate the threat from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales stared at the sword in Lampard's hand in a daze. Nuvan is ready to send his troops south. He has contacted almost every Archduke. As a response, Harold, as the heir of Black Sand region, was sent to attend the meeting of all the Archdukes in Dragon Cloud City. Lampard inhaled a mouthful of cold air slowly and continued. An accident happened. Thales thought of something. One of Harold's followers suddenly went berserk and assassinated Nuvan's eldest son. Lampard's rough voice was deep and dignified, as if there was a hidden power in it. He snorted coldly. Prince Soria, who thought himself infallible, was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was practically carved from the same mold as his father, died in Harold's group. At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. The second prince digested Lampard's story without moving. Little Rascal's grip on his hand grew tighter and tighter. He had heard this story before. Last night. The news reached Black Sand region. Lampard pressed on the hilt of his sword. His expression was cold. Father was even prepared for Nuvan to make a big fuss and start a war with Dragon Cloud City. Unexpectedly, Harold, who was supposed to be responsible for this, was not reprimanded at all, let alone imprisoned or detained. Nuvan comforted him with soft words and personally exonerated him. He even allowed him to participate in the conference and sent him back to Black Sand region with great courtesy. Lampard sneered. Even though Nuvan lost his most important eldest son, Harold was not put in a difficult position. Father felt that something was wrong at that time. Lampard stared at his saber, but his gaze began to lose focus, as if he was looking at something else. I still remember the day Harold returned. He told Nuvan's opinion at the dining table and advised Father to support Dragon Cloud City. He even wanted to allow the king's officials to be stationed there in preparation for the war. Father and him had a heated argument. I had to stand between them so that they would not draw their swords against each other, the Archduke said slowly. It was also on that day that Father suddenly realized that Harold Lampard, the eldest son and heir he had high hopes for, had become the strongest supporter and follower of Dragon Cloud City and the common elected king over the past 30 years, just like his youngest brother, Caslin. Thales frowned deeply. Just like Beacon Illumination City? Pomfret's despairing expression appeared before his eyes. Lampard turned to him expressionlessly. Thales' heart clenched. Just like Beacon Illumination City, he calmly confirmed Thales' words. Father could not accept this fact. Father felt that if this continued, when Harold inherited Black Sand region, it would only be a matter of time before we became the king's vassals. Lampard's expression was cold and threatening. Even the position of Archduke of Black Sand region would soon become a vassal matter that Dragon Cloud City could decide with just a word. Sincere talks, threats, scolding, lecturing, and even having me advise him from the side. Father tried everything to change Harold's mind. But it was all in vain. Little rascal shrank behind Thales with a pale face. The terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region lowered his head. His expression was rather gloomy. Finally, Father made up his mind to take back Harold's right of inheritance. Things became chaotic at that time. Lampard shook his head slowly. Father briefly mentioned this idea in front of the vassals, and he was immediately met with fierce opposition and admonishment. That's not all. From the day Father insisted on stripping Harold of his inheritance rights, the harvest decreased, the finances were in trouble, and the trade routes were blocked. Strangely, the troubles in Black Sand region increased. What happened in Beacon Illumination City is now happening in Black Sand region. Lampard sneered. There was a deep sarcasm in his tone. It was only when the entire Black Sand region was in an uproar that my father realized with a start that in the past 30 years, the Lampard family's bloodline was not the only thing that infiltrated Dragon Cloud City. Nuven did not just rope Harold to his side. Harold refused to yield, Father refused to compromise, and the situation in the territory worsened. The forces supporting Harold, both inside and outside the territory, had already exceeded the scope of Father's control. He became more and more desperate and haggard. Lampard's tone became deeper, and the emotions in his words became paler. Black Sand region was not Dragon Cloud City's match at all. Finally, on the day the king's messenger came again. Father, who was both mentally and physically exhausted, called me to his room. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think of Chapman Lampard's famous, or rather infamous, or even notorious deeds. Lampard raised his head and looked at the streets of Dragon Cloud City outside the window. I still remember Father's eyes. They were filled with determination and darkness. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on little rascal behind him. He talked to me for a very, very long time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze became colder, and his tone became calmer. I hugged his thigh and cried. I begged him with all the words I could think of. I even pulled up my sleeves and showed him the wound I got when I was hunting when I was 14. Harold dragged me out of the mouth of a snow leopard. The Archduke's words became flatter. But Thales' heart became increasingly tense. Archduke Lampard narrated as if nothing had happened. Child, we are Lampard, the bloodline of the rebellion king. Father said, our clan's motto is never yield, whether it's to the outside world or to the inside world, double quotes. Whether it's to the emperor or to the king. The Archduke exhaled. The darkness in his eyes was incomparably deep. His tone was firm and resolute. We will never yield. Thales listened to Lampard's words in a daze. Little rascal widened her eyes. Lampard snorted. He lowered his head and looked at the weapon in his hand. In the end, he gave me this sword. It was an old weapon with a worn scabbard and a worn hilt. It was as if it was his most important treasure. A week later, I challenged Harold to a duel in front of everyone, and my father approved. Thales held his breath. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Mother knelt in front of the study room and cried for the whole night. Father sat in the study room with the light on for the whole night. Lampard slowly turned his saber around and caressed the emblem of an iron fist on the hilt. Until Mother fainted and was sent away by the servants. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. For a time, there was only the sound of wheels scraping against the ground. This is... Thales opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by Lampard. On the day of the duel, Harold had at least 3 chances to end my life and his brother's life, the Archduke said calmly, but his voice was a little hollow and trembling. At least 3 times. Lampard's hand, which was caressing the hilt, stopped moving. His voice became ethereal, as if he was speaking from a very, very far away place. In the end, when I pierced his heart, I saw his face clearly, the Archduke said flatly. He was smiling. Lampard took a deep breath. With his head lowered, his expression was hard to read. It was the same smile as the day he dragged me out of the snow leopard's mouth. Thales sighed. This is simply... Harold pulled my collar and whispered his last words into my ear. Lampard snorted softly, as though he was telling a story from someone else's dinner. Remember, Chapman. Lampard shook his head, and he looked at Lampard. We will never yield. Lampard chuckled, unable to discern his emotions. Thales raised his head and stared at his sword in a daze. The sword that belonged to the Archduke of Black Sand region, the one that killed his brother. On the second day, Lampard's voice traveled into his ears. Mother jumped down from the highest lookout post in the castle. On the third day, Nuven ordered me to go to Eternal Star City and declare war on all of Constellation. Thales and Little Rascal did not move. A wordless sorrow permeated the carriage. The story of Lampard's family filled him with mixed feelings. A month later, at Raymond Pass, when the kingdom's wrath broke through the encirclement with the last of their courage and arrived in front of my father did not dodge or raise his sword. He allowed Mu to break his neck. Lampard chuckled softly. It was only later that I suddenly realized that my father was probably seeking death. Perhaps he could reunite with my mother and Harold under Hell's River. Lampard did not speak anymore. Thales exhaled slowly. So, everything you did was for revenge? He frowned and asked in surprise and bewilderment, do you want Nuven to pay the price, or do you want Dragon Cloud City to be destroyed? Lampard sneered mockingly. He slowly leaned back and revealed his face under the light again. Hatred? That ridiculous thing? Don't compare me to a coward like Pofret. Thales furrowed his brows. Then why are you telling me this story? The prince asked, puzzled. Don't tell me that you just want to talk to a dying man. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze slowly darkened. Lampard looked at him condescendingly and shook his head slowly. His voice was low and cold, and his words were chilling. You are indeed very special, child, but your vision is still stuck at the level of those mediocre people. As for what I really want, compared to self-preservation, revenge, the death of a king, and the destruction of a territory, Lampard inhaled slowly and said in a firm tone, I want a little more than that. Thales stared at Lampard's face seriously, quickly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Of course. Lampard snorted softly. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, and lived in the era after the virtuous king. You will not understand this kind of sorrow. The Archduke's words ended there. Lampard closed his saber and said no more. Thales was slightly stunned. The virtuous king. It was not the first time he heard this title from the Northlanders. The last time he heard it was from King Nuven. At that time, Thales did not react. But this time, Thales remembered. He subconsciously touched his chest. The virtuous king, Mindy's Jade Star III. One of the 3 kings of Constellation. A king is not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline is glorious because of the king. Why? Why did King Nuven and Archduke Lampard mention this supreme king of Constellation from more than 100 years ago? What did he do? And what did Lampard want? Thales lowered his head deeply. I don't understand. Thales panted rapidly, trying to sort out everything that was confusing. I thought everything that happened last night was just a desperate counterattack that you had no choice but to do to protect yourself. It was a quick move that you made to fight back with your life on the line. If Black Sand region did not do this, then Dragon Cloud City would. Lampard turned his gaze and looked at him thoughtfully. Thales bit his lower lip. You roped in other forces like Shiles, mobilized so many troops into the city, replaced them right under the secret room's nose, and even bribed assassins to assassinate the king. The second prince raised his head and said anxiously, your plan was not thorough at all. If it was not a coincidence like the invasion of the Calamities, which caused the king to leave the protection of the White Blade Guards, you would not have succeeded at all. At this moment, Lampard snorted coldly and interrupted Thales' words. Coincidence? The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze sharpened again. Indeed. Normally, my flawed plan would not have stood a chance at all, Lampard said calmly. The common elected king, heavily protected by the White Blade Guards, sits in the tallest building in the city, Heroic Spirit Palace, controls the indestructible Dragon Cloud City, controls the most abundant and valiant soldiers, enjoys the best supplies and weapons, and even has eyes and ears like the secret room. Even if all 2,000 of my men are supreme-class warriors, it is impossible to kill him under these circumstances. Thales was slightly stunned. So, you're right. If there were no accidents brought by the Calamities, chaos in Dragon Cloud City, negligence in the city gates and gatehouse, the king's enlistment ban, the White Blade Guard's mistakes, the emptiness of Heroic Spirit Palace, and martial law in Shield District, Lampard said softly. Then it would have been impossible to accomplish this with just the cooperation between me, Shiles, Vlad, or other allies. Thales' gaze froze. He heard another hint in Lampard's words. Thales' expression slowly changed. What do you mean by this? The second prince asked slowly and with great difficulty, using his most cautious, careful, and light-hearted tone. No, impossible. Lampard sneered faintly. They didn't tell you anything, did they? The Archduke of Black Sand region's tone was as if he was mocking an ignorant child. Whether it was the arrival of the Calamities or the assassination. Calamities? Assassination? Little rascal instinctively felt that the atmosphere before her was not right. As expected, in the next moment, with an incredulous guess in mind, Thales suddenly leaned forward and instantly raised his voice. Who are they? Who else is working with you? Lampard shook his head slowly. His eyes were full of disdain and sneer. Take a guess. The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was very calm, as if this was a very relaxing conversation. What kind of allies and forces of power could cover up everything for me, make connections, formulate a plan, and even create an almost impossible coincidence like the Calamities for me to support me in accomplishing such a magnificent feat? What kind of existence could stir up such a storm in Dragon Cloud City? Thales was dumbfounded. He did not dare to think about the answer in his heart. It can't be. It can't be. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Thales snapped out of his daze and glanced outside the carriage. This isn't Heroic Spirit Palace. The second prince was stunned for a moment. What do you want? Lampard exhaled slowly. One of my collaborators wants you alive. Thales widened his eyes. Why don't we take a look? The Archduke of Black Sand region opened the carriage door and said coldly, what price can you sell me for? Constellation, Eternal Star City, an unknown underground area. The torches were gradually extinguished. The first ray of sunlight freely passed through the iron window, which was smaller than a palm, and cast a shadow in the shape of a hashtag on the ground. At this moment, a rough voice came from the sealed prison cell. It's sunrise. Outside the prison cell, the strong figure sitting on the chair paused for a moment before he slowly raised his head. Yes, the strong figure wearing the crown said flatly, it's sunrise. I guess you're not the kind of person who can sit across a prison cell door for half a night with a traitor in between you and him. The Duke of Northern Territory in the cell asked in a mocking tone through the sluice on the cell door, what happened? The figure on the chair said in a heavy and imposing voice, you noticed? Whenever you have something on your mind, you sit alone in a daze. Val Arund snorted softly. I still remember when you were sent to Western City Police Station for an internship because you caused a ruckus in Red Street Market. On your first day on duty, you came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. That's how you look. The muscular figure trembled slightly. At that moment, his voice was mixed with a hint of liveliness and laughter. You know, Gines is very strong. The Duke of the Northern Region replied with a disdainful snort. Silence. After a while, the well-built figure rubbed the Jade Star badge on his hand. Wah, will you miss them? The prisoner behind the small gate seemed to be slightly stunned. Who? The Duke asked in a low voice. The muscular figure revealed a pair of tired blue eyes, which were filled with unknown emotions. Family, he said calmly. His voice was still deep. The people we are used to, but only remember after we lose them. The person in the cell did not speak. Thus, the muscular figure continued. For example, old Duke Arund, your brothers, Lohan, Kol, Nuranor, your sister, your wife, your eldest son and second son, boom. A loud hammering sound came from behind the cell. Enough. The Duke was panting heavily. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. What's the point of saying all this now? There were a few seconds of silence. No, this is meaningful. The muscular figure slowly stood up. It's about time, he said faintly. The prisoner behind the cell did not answer. I came here to tell you, the visitor outside the cell slowly said, the culprit who caused the Northern Territory to turn into a river of blood 12 years ago, the king of Extet who gathered his army and invaded the south. The Duke of the Northern Territory behind the cell door paused for a moment. His face reappeared at the opening of the gate. His breathing became heavier. Over there, he looked outside the prison cell at the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V. With his tall and sturdy posture, he spoke in the coldest and most terrifying tone in his deep voice. The man who massacred the city for 3 days after breaking through Broken Dragon Fortress, and then marched his army into the Northern Territory after spring. The sinner who hung your father on the city gate, chopped your brothers into meat paste, caused your sister and wife to go missing, your 2 sons to die, and your youngest daughter to be paralyzed. The tyrant who burned, killed, robbed, raped, and plundered your family's land in the Northern Territory. He committed numerous crimes. The hateful enemy who made Constellation's disaster even worse, boom. The Duke of the Northern Territory's hands grabbed the iron bars beside the gate. His knuckles were pale, and his fingertips trembled slightly. What did you say? The Duke's voice trembled. Nuvan Walton VII died a violent death last night, Kessel V said coldly and unquestionably. The so-called born king has already paid the price for his atrocities. There was dead silence. It felt like a century had passed before the Duke's heavy breathing slowed down. What did you do? Val raised his head and cast his most incredulous gaze at his former close friend, the current king. Kell. How did you do it? What did you do? Kessel did not answer. He only stared coldly at the Duke and spoke slowly. Last night, dragon's blood flowed on Northland. Extet's chaos began, and the kingdom of the great dragon will fall from now on. There was a terrifying chill in the king's voice. With a blood-red glow, the long-dimmed stars will rise once again. The light is resplendent. Even better than before. As soon as Kessel finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation and left the compartment. He paid no attention to the Duke of the Northern Territory's hysterical questions. Expressionlessly, the Supreme King pushed open an iron door and walked out of the corridor. There, an old figure dressed in a black cloak and holding a cane bowed slightly to the king. "Did everything go smoothly?" the king asked coldly. "Of course." The Black Prophet Morat, the chief of intelligence of the kingdom and the master of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, smiled. He raised his body, and his tone was relaxed and calm. "Your Majesty." Chapter 200. Lampard alighted from the carriage alone. The door of the carriage was shut tightly again. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Thales go down with him. Still immersed in the information revealed by Lampard, Thales held onto the carriage and steadied himself in shock and bewilderment. Under Little Rascal's worried gaze, he pressed his face against the window of the carriage. "Lampard said that someone wants me alive. Who is it? Who would want to keep me alive? Is it really what I think it is?" Thales' thoughts were interrupted by the scene before him. It was not a big alley, and it had already been cleared out by Black Sand Region soldiers dressed in patrol uniforms. They had cleared out a slightly bigger empty space. Archduke Lampard regained his stern expression. Holding onto his saber, he took steady steps towards the center of the alley. There, a fair-skinned man in a thick cotton-padded jacket waited for the Archduke's arrival with a relaxed expression. Thales' eyebrows twitched slightly. He did not know this man, who was almost no different from an ordinary Northlander. The man smiled and pressed his hand against his chest. He bowed at Lampard, his lips moving slightly. Lampard nodded slightly and said something as well. "Who is that?" Little Rascal moved her head closer to Thales. "I don't know." Thales frowned. Lampard and Little Rascal did not speak loudly. He could not hear them sitting in the carriage. But this concerned his survival. Thales told himself that he had to hear it. He had to. Thales clenched his fists and closed his eyes gently. He recalled the unique feeling of being on the brink of death over and over again. According to Black Sword, he repeatedly hinted to himself, as if there was another person residing in his body. "This is for survival. Help me." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the familiar fluctuation struck him again. The sin of Hell's river surged to his head as if it had a life of its own. Thales tried his best to focus it near his ears. At that moment, he first felt that the other parts of his body were a little heavy and weak. But then, he heard sounds that he would not normally hear. The first thing Thales heard was his and Little Rascal's erratic heartbeats, followed by the restless sound of Little Rascal rubbing her hands. But Thales soon got the hang of it. He turned his ear and pressed it against the carriage. Amidst the noise from the entrance of the alley, he could barely make out the conversation between the two men. "Yes," he expressed satisfaction and delight at our cooperation. An unfamiliar male voice that Thales had never heard before traveled slowly into his ears. The owner of the voice seemed confident and calm. "It seems that things are progressing smoothly." But the person who answered him did not seem to have much patience to talk to him. "Let's get straight to the point." Archduke Lampard's gloomy and deep voice rang out. "The boy is in the car." Thales shuddered. He opened his eyes and held up a hand to silence Little Rascal, who was poking him curiously. "That boy?" The unfamiliar man's voice suddenly rose, as if he had found a treasure that he had lost for a long time. Thales raised his head and looked out of the window. There, the unfamiliar man in the thick coat turned his head and glanced in the direction of the carriage. This gaze seemed to pierce through glass, causing Thales to shudder. It was a pair of eyes filled with greed and lust. Just like a poisonous snake before it hunts its prey. The unfamiliar man's eyes lit up, and he looked back at Lampard. "Thales Jade Star? Is that him?" Lampard did not say a word. He continued to stare at him coldly. "So soon?" The man narrowed his eyes. Just 2 seconds later, he confirmed the answer. He clasped his hands together and lifted the corners of his mouth. The originally lukewarm and polite smile on his face instantly became amiable. The last gatehouse and heroic spirit palace are clearly still in Dragon Cloud City's hands. Did you sneak in and kidnap him? Thales thought of something. Heroic Spirit Palace is still in the hands of the Walton family. Lampard snorted through his nose. I have my ways. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's emotions remained the same. He did not show the slightest bit of respect to the man in front of him. What do you say? The man stared at Archduke Lampard with a piercing gaze, like a small merchant looking at his biggest customer. Of course it's very good. The man clapped his hands and laughed. We express our utmost gratitude for your help, sir. You will receive our everlasting friendship, but his words were rudely interrupted by Lampard. Cut the crap. Chapman Lampard, who was dressed in martial attire, snorted coldly. He stared at the man in front of him with a cold expression. What do you intend to use in exchange for him? The unfamiliar man froze for a moment, as if he did not quite understand. Exchange? The man clenched his fists lightly. His expression changed slightly, as if he was slowly mulling over the word. Then, he laughed heartily. Please forgive my long-windedness, but since the beginning, our help to you has already been, help? Lampard spoke again. He did not give the man any face and choked his words back into his throat. The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted disdainfully. Aside from contacting a reliable swordsman, you have done nothing. Lampard raised his chin slightly. His gaze was sharp. You want that boy? Then you'd better change the price. Thales, who was eavesdropping, froze slightly. Contacting a reliable swordsman? A reliable swordsman? The man quickly answered Thales' doubts. He frowned slightly, and with an aggrieved smile, he explained, how is this possible? We are talking about the assassin's flower, and I guarantee that you will not find a better assassin than them in this world, especially when you are aiming at the most difficult target. Lampard did not speak. And with all due respect, due to a mistake in your intelligence, the Flying Locust wasted too much time searching for the target in Heroic Spirit Palace. The man shook his head and sighed. If it were not for our men discovering the target's whereabouts in time, the Flying Locust would not have been able to complete the mission, and you would not have been able to. The man stopped himself. He frowned and saw Lampard shaking his head slowly. As far as I know, Bonnet Charlton is not one of you. He relies on his own sword to make a living, so I will discuss the reward with him alone. Lampard's voice was not loud, but there was an unquestionable tone to it. As for you, don't bargain with other people's bargaining chips if you still want to take that boy, that prince. In the carriage, Thales listened to the two conversations in which he was the main character. Suddenly, he figured out something in his mind. Bonnet Charlton descended from the cliff of the sky and assassinated King Nuvan in Shield District. But according to that man, in other words, the reason why Lampard appeared in front of me with an army, the man did not speak again. He just looked at Lampard quietly, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Lampard continued to stare back at him expressionlessly. In the end, the man was defeated by Lampard's gaze. He sighed. You are really greedy. We are not talking, Lampard shook his head and said coldly. He then turned around and left. The man's expression changed. What a stingy and petty archduke, he said impatiently in his heart. All right, your grace. He called out to Lampard, feeling a little vexed. The unfamiliar man shrugged, as if there was nothing he could do, but there was a strange light in his eyes. As long as you are willing to hand over that boy to us, the man exhaled slowly, and his expression returned to the strange smile from before. We have a wide range of resources and manpower, from Anlenzo Dukedom to Valir Gang, from Crystal Jade City to the Three Devil Islands, and even in Extet. The man chuckled. I bet that the new exdet will need us in many areas. After all, not everyone will serve a fierce suzerain who is suspected of regicide. We can help you to pacify the situation in the country. If there is any blind vassal who is difficult for you to deal with, resources. Manpower. Difficult to deal with. Thael's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he suddenly knew the identity of the man in front of him. However, Lampard's reply was only two cold words, not enough. The man was slightly stunned. He frowned, as if he was thinking carefully. After a while, he unfurrowed his brows and said cautiously, which was rare for him, "If this does not satisfy you, we still have a lot of information, be it political scandals or national secrets. With some operations or even adjustments, it will be enough to cause a huge uproar in some small countries." The man's tone was no longer as relaxed as before. In Thael's ears, he was speaking faster and faster. "As far as I know, Exdet has always been paying close attention to the situation in the west and the front line of the Golden Passage. We can make the Alliance of Freedom fall into internal strife for a few years, and we can also make White Mountain suffer. If your ambition is more than that," Thales clenched his fists and gulped softly. "Not good. This sounds, not enough." Out of Thales' expectations, Lampard's reply was still only two cold words. This time, the man's expression finally stiffened like never before. He scrutinized Archduke Lampard for a few seconds. The man closed his eyes and exhaled a breath of hot air through his nose. When he opened his eyes again, apart from the seriousness in them, there was also a murderous coldness in them. "Then, what do you want?" There was already a hint of impatience in the man's words. His tone began to calm down. "Power? We can be your eyes, ears, and feet. We can use swords, shields, and horses to serve your ambition. Wealth? Although our inventory can't compare to that of a country, some rare treasures are rare even for the royal families of various countries. Beauty? We can. No, I believe that you are not such a low-class person. So, Your Grace, what is the price you have in mind?" The man took a deep breath. The smile on his face had already disappeared without a trace. "As long as you say it, we can discuss it." Lampard fixed his gaze on him. At some point in time, a mocking smile had already appeared on the corners of his lips. "My price?" The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted coldly. This caused a hint of displeasure to flash across the man's eyes. "As the organization's signature assassins, and even the intelligence secrets that you rely on for a living, just for that boy, you are willing to pay such a price without hesitation." Lampard suddenly took a step forward and slowly approached the unfamiliar man. His gaze was like a ferocious beast that had been lying dormant for a long time. This only proves one thing. The man's heart trembled. Feeling Lampard's extremely oppressive gaze, he subconsciously took a step back. In the carriage, Thales heard Lampard say word by word, "This boy's value is much more than all of the above combined." With his extraordinary hearing, Thales heard his own breathing speed up. "My value? What is that? What does it have to do with us?" The man's expression changed again. He widened his eyes and watched as Lampard slowly placed his hand on the saber at his waist. The Archduke's military uniform let out a scraping sound. "There must be some secret on him that I don't know about," Lampard said in a low voice. His gaze lingered on the man's fluctuating expression. "My request is very simple, I want that secret. The reason why you have schemed so hard to get him." Once Lampard's voice faded away, both of them stopped talking. The negotiation returned to silence. For a moment, only the faint sounds of people coming from outside the alley could be heard. The atmosphere of the conversation became strange. Both of them remained motionless as they confronted each other. Even the anxious Thales could not help but want to get down from the carriage to urge him. "Your honorable Archduke, you haven't even taken down Dragon Cloud City and Exdet yet, and you're already thinking about other things? Finally, the unfamiliar man spoke slowly. There was a calmness and callousness in his voice that made people feel uneasy. You have such a bright future ahead of you. Why are you so ambitious? Thales could not help but purse his lips. I've already stated my price. Lampard did not have the slightest interest in talking to the other party. He looked at the man coldly. Tell me, why is he so important to you? The man glanced at the carriage and immediately lowered his eyes. He did not say a word. I'm pressed for time, Lampard added coldly. You have 10 seconds to decide. The man's eyebrows rose and fell continuously. His Adam's apple bobbed. He was hesitating. At that moment, even Thales held his breath. You know, he's a prince. The man exhaled and slowly said, naturally, a prince is very precious. Lampard snorted disdainfully. Don't tell me you're going to exchange him for ransom with Constellation. Why not? The man flashed a smile that he had not shown for a long time, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Everyone knows the Jade Star royal family's wealth. Then why don't I kidnap him and exchange him for ransom myself? Lampard quickly retorted with a dignified voice. Why should I make a deal with you? The man clenched his teeth lightly. Your Grace, I thought we came here today, the man replied with an unpleasant expression. But Lampard interrupted him again, disregarding his feelings. Actually, I've guessed a little. The Archduke raised his head slightly. The saber in his hand rang softly. Previously, when you arranged for the spies in my army to assassinate him, you did not hesitate. But today, you said that you want him alive. Thales gritted his teeth lightly. That's right. Lampard was talking about the assassination attempt with the mystic gun under Broken Dragon Fortress. If I connect this with Pofrit's last words, previously, you thought that it would be fine as long as he was dead. Now, you want to have the prince alive in your hands, Lampard said in a low voice. Your scheme is related to the ownership of the throne of Constellation, isn't it? The man narrowed his eyes slightly. From afar, he looked like a venomous snake sticking out its tongue. But Lampard's next words made the man's expression change abruptly. What you did in Constellation 12 years ago was also related to this. The man was not the only one whose expression changed drastically. There was also Thales in the carriage. The bloody year. He did not expect to come into contact with the secret that had troubled him for a long time under such circumstances. And the reason why you changed your mind and no longer wanted him dead. Lampard had completely taken control of the rhythm of the conversation. He tilted his head. His eyes seemed to contain the ice and snow of the entire winter. It was a big shot in your organization who came and overturned all the expectations of you small fries, right? The man's expression became more and more unpleasant. Lampard said flatly, was it him? Thales raised his head slightly. A question arose in his heart. Him? The man opened his mouth. He first took a deep breath before he looked up. You don't have to worry about this. The man's expression was filled with coldness and rejection. In short, we need that boy. Of course. Lampard raised his left hand slightly in the direction of the carriage and said softly, but the premise is that you tell me exactly why you want this boy. The man stared at Lampard quietly, as if trying to find something from this face that was full of vicissitudes of life. Yes, that's right, the unfamiliar man said slowly, if we control this boy, we control the throne of Constellation, don't we? When the time comes, it will also be of great help to you. Lampard did not let him continue. I'm tired of your nonsense, errand boy. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's words were calm. There was a hint of indifference in his tone. Where's that big shot of yours? Where's the one who keeps his word? The man's expression changed again. Lampard stared at him expressionlessly. Your Grace, you are an ally that we value and cherish very much." He let out a long sigh, as if he had made up his mind about something. "For the sake of more, deeper, and more important cooperation in the future, why can't we show some sincerity and goodwill to each other and leave some leeway for each other?" the man said quietly. Lampard looked at the man and also let out a long breath. The principle of cooperation is fairness. The Archduke's expression did not change. He said flatly, "You haven't done anything, and you want to take away such an important bargaining chip from me?" The man raised his eyelids slightly. His pupils reflected a different kind of coldness. "Haven't done anything?" The unfamiliar man sneered softly. "Believe me, Your Grace, if it comes to the point where we really want to do something, you won't want to see that day." A strange look flashed in Lampard's eyes. What do you mean by this?" the Archduke of Black Sand Region said softly and slowly, enunciating each word clearly. It was as if he was afraid to wake up the people who were sleeping soundly in the morning. Thales instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, the man seemed to be oblivious to the Archduke's expression and tone. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "What I mean is, no matter how confident a person is, if they want to make an enemy out of us, they better think twice." The unfamiliar man raised his hand and tidied his robe. There was a deep chill in his words. "Why don't you take a look at Constellations 82nd? The man snorted coldly. "And his terrifying eldest son, look at where they are now." Thales slowly furrowed his brows. Lampard stared at him without moving an inch. His expression did not change at all, but there was an indescribable color dancing in his eyes. The man put down his hands and raised his head to look straight at Archduke Lampard. His tone was filled with a strange emotion. "Are there examples not enough to attract your attention?" Lampard did not answer the man before him. He responded with the most direct action. Chapter 201. Thud. Before the man's astonished expression could show on his face, he was lifted into the air by the burly Lampard. Watching everything outside the window, Thales and Little Rascal were both shocked. Why did he? Little Rascal shrank back in fear. "Quiet, continue watching." Thales observed the situation calmly and stopped Little Rascal from speaking. The strange man was suddenly in danger. He reacted quickly and extended both his hands. A dagger and an awl appeared in his hands in an instant, and he thrust them towards Lampard. However, his arms were only extended halfway before they were firmly clamped by another person from behind. One of the 5 war generals of Exdet who had escorted Thales all the way to Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand Region's Fire Knight, Lord Tolja, appeared behind the strange man. With a cold expression, he held the man's struggling arms. Lampard continued to choke him, his face expressionless. "You." The man, who was having difficulty breathing, widened his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he could not. In the next second, Tolja twisted his hands. Crack. The sound of muscles dislocating was heard. The man shuddered violently, closed his eyes, and moaned in pain. Tolja loosened his grip. The man's arms hung limply behind him, and the dagger and awl fell to the ground simultaneously. Clang. "I gave you a chance," Lampard said coldly. "What?" The man broke out in a cold sweat and uttered with difficulty. "Have you ever heard of this saying?" Lampard said coldly, "If you treat others like fools, you must be prepared to be treated like fools." The man mumbled desperately. Lampard loosened his grip slightly. "Traitor." Getting a hard-won breath of air, the man gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression, "We've arranged so much for you, but before he could continue, Lampard tightened his grip on his neck again. "I've had enough." The Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Charlton was the one who made the move, Camus Union was the one who pulled the strings, the gangs contributed their strength, Black Sand Region was the one who gambled everything, and my troops were the ones who controlled the situation. The top secret information and cover, including the most crucial calamity, were all thanks to those people from the south. Other than moving your lips, you bastards haven't done anything at all. Calamity. The group of people in the south. When he heard the key words, Thales sucked in a breath in a daze. Outside the carriage, everything was still going on. Lampard strangled the man's neck while Lord Tolja stood behind the man, watching with cold eyes. You're clearly unwilling to pay anything, but you're fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire, yet you still want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Lampard's voice contained a chilling murderous intent. And you still dare to threaten me? The Grand Duke raised his eyes slightly, his tone suddenly rising. What gives you such confidence? Those hidden arrows in the sewers? A varmint that cannot be exposed to the light? A scumbag that feeds on garbage? The man struggled with all his might, but he could not say a word. Thales, who was in the carriage, took 2 deep breaths. He threw his messy thoughts aside, raised his head, and continued to look outside. Lampard's expression began to change gradually. He gritted his teeth, and his eyebrows furrowed. You think you're very smart? With your pervasive intelligence infiltration, despicable and sinister conspiracies, you happily toyed with the high and mighty nobles, and arrogantly toyed with the country's long-established political power. You even boast of yourself, and enjoy the fun of playing chess behind the scenes. But you're neither the secret intelligence department nor the secret room. Lampard raised the man higher, his eyes filled with hatred. You're just a rat's nest that has been fleeing from place to place for hundreds of years. You're worse than calamities. You think I'm like that idiot Pomfret? That I'm at your mercy? The Archduke of Black Sand Region's tone changed from an unceremonious coldness to a furious interrogation. However, his tone was strangely calm and indifferent. Do you really think I'm so magnanimous that I'll tolerate you sticking your hands into my army and planting spies in my territory? Lampard narrowed his eyes slightly. Controlling my mystic gun unit and toying with my officers in the palm of your hands is very fun, isn't it? The man widened his eyes in bewilderment and fear. His arms hung limply by his side. The Archduke of Black Sand Region continued to speak in a terrifyingly calm tone, saying fiercely, when I found you, contacted you, and negotiated with you, didn't I want to tear you into 1,000 pieces and destroy you all at every moment? Tolja seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the prince. Little rascal could not stand his gaze. Frightened, she shrank back into her seat. Thales was slightly startled, but he still gritted his teeth. Under the Fire Knight's extremely oppressive gaze, he observed the scene outside the carriage. And don't think that I don't know. You may be saying nice things, but you're still secretly infiltrating my forces, the Archduke said coldly. You're just a bunch of trash who only know how to eat trash in the gutter. Constellation chased all of you out of the country because Kessel was too merciful. Lampard gritted his teeth. The wrinkles on his face formed a frightening outline. If it were me, I would dig out every filthy rat like you from the darkest pit, regardless of the cost, regardless of the price, and regardless of the sacrifice. The man seemed to have forgotten to breathe. He stared at Lampard in a daze. Even his struggles had lessened. The Archduke continued to speak. Even Thales, who was in the distance, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. I will send a noose to every noble who secretly contacted or had illicit dealings with you. I will tear every despicable person who has an affair with you into pieces. Wherever my flag goes, I will make sure that none of you can hide, escape, or live. I will drain the air you breathe, empty the nutrients you absorb, and crush the nests you live in. I will bury all of you, the rats in the gutter, in Northland until everything about you is eradicated. No pest can survive on my land. Lampard gently loosened his grip on the man's throat. His eyes shone with a light that was both dignified and murderous. Whether you believe it or not, I will find each and every one of you, inch by inch, family by family. Then, from top to bottom, I will exterminate every single one of you. The Archduke closed his mouth gently. His gaze was still piercingly cold. The man's lips trembled, and he uttered a sentence. The Master of Shadows. The Master of Shadows will not let you go. When Lampard heard that, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a fierce and profound smile. Do you think that I will let him go? He's in Dragon Cloud City, in Spear District, isn't he? The man was stunned. Thales adjusted his breathing and memorized everything he saw and heard just now. Assassination. Charlton. Calamity. The group of people in the south. Pofrit, Mystic Gun. And, the Master of Shadows. Lampard suddenly let go of the man who was lifted in midair. The man fell to the ground, panting non-stop. And you? The Archduke slowly squatted down. Under the man's wary gaze, he revealed a smile that was almost non-existent. Hey, do it, we all have our wills. The man closed his eyes as if he had resigned himself to his fate, revealing an expression that showed that he was unafraid of death. Shadow does not die, forever follows the form. When he heard this strange sentence, Thales exhaled softly and confirmed his thoughts. But in the next second, there was a dramatic change in the scene. Lampard suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's dislocated left arm. Then, he pressed the man's shoulder firmly. Asterisk crack. Asterisk as the man screamed, Lampard let out a low chuckle. Thales widened his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. The man, who was drenched in cold sweat, opened his eyes. He realized that he was still alive. He was stunned. The man breathed in a daze. He exercised his left arm, which had just been reattached. Then, he looked stunned. Don't be too nervous, Stake. The Archduke patted the man's shoulder and said softly in a calm and flat voice, I was just joking with you just now. After all, we are partners, aren't we? The man named Stake widened his eyes in disbelief. He turned around and glanced at Lord Tolja behind him. However, the latter was still expressionless. You should look at your face. Lampard laughed. You'll laugh at yourself. Stake turned his head abruptly and stared at Lampard in disbelief. You, just now, why? He gasped in surprise. It's okay. Report all this to your master. Archduke Lampard patted his face again. His face was filled with a chilling smile. Then, he will understand my attitude. The man stared at Lampard in a daze, as if he no longer recognized this suzerain. Be a good boy and reattach your right arm. Archduke Lampard stood up and looked down at him. I'll be taking the boy with me. When your master comes around, the man did not move. He seemed to be stunned. Also, don't hold a grudge against me. Lampard turned around and said calmly, you know, I joke too much. Lampard turned around and lowered his head slightly. His eyes shone with a strange light. There will always be a time when I take it seriously. The man clenched his teeth and lowered his head. In the next second, Lampard strode away without looking back. Tolja followed him without a word. The man panted slightly behind him. It was as if the dangerous conversation just now had never happened. Thales watched the scene in shock and bewilderment. He watched Lampard and Tolja walk towards the carriage. The conversation between the Archduke and his subordinate traveled into his ears again. With the help from that side, we successfully took down the last gatehouse in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. The Fire Knight's voice was steady and simple. Heroic Spirit Palace has been isolated by us. Lampard nodded faintly. Our rumors are very effective. The garrison officer and the people from the Public Order Office have already sent troops into Shield District. Prime Minister Lisban has also begun to work hard to control the spread of the news. This will help us a lot before we are exposed, Tolja said faintly. According to your plan, we still have 3 hours. Very good. The Archduke's expression did not change. He quietly expressed his approval. But your expression is not right. Is there anything else I need to know? There was an accident. Lord Tolja nodded slightly and said in a low voice, we took down Gleeward, but Nicholas escaped. Lampard furrowed his brows. When he heard the news, Thales was also stunned. The star killer, Nicholas. He's still alive. I remember that you brought the Rising Sun saber, the Archduke asked in a low voice without stopping. Yes, but someone accidentally broke into the battlefield. Tolja's voice did not change, as if he was not troubled by the failure of the mission. Although we tried our best to kill him and left him a lot of souvenirs, the intruder still broke out of the encirclement with Nicholas. Years of tacit understanding made Lampard stop asking questions. He only asked one simple word. Who? Tolja's answer stunned Thales once again. An ordinary-looking man with great skills, the Fire Knight said softly, with a strange black sword. Thales' gaze froze on the carriage door. The sin of Hell's river flowed away like a receding tide. While it took away his extraordinary hearing, it also left him exhausted. The next moment, Archduke Lampard opened the carriage door and boarded the carriage under Little Rascal's fearful gaze. Thales rubbed his aching head to ease the aftereffects of the sin of Hell's river. He adjusted his thoughts, which had become increasingly chaotic due to the information he had just eavesdropped on. He exhaled and whispered to Lampard, who was sitting in the carriage with a cold expression on his face. I thought you wanted to sell me. Lampard turned his head and looked straight at Thales. You're more valuable than I thought, the Archduke said calmly. The buyer has to go back and discuss the price. Thales sneered in a mocking manner. Those who brought disaster to you, the second prince asked deliberately, do they know how you plan to deal with me? In the face of Thales' probing, Lampard only snorted softly, turned his head back, and did not answer. All right. Looking at Lampard, who did not reveal anything, Thales sighed. What are you going to do next? Hearing this, Lampard narrowed his eyes. Next. The Archduke sighed softly. His eyes seemed to be burning. I'm going to save this country. Thales was stunned. The carriage moved again. Chapter 202. The elf stared calmly into Castellan's eyes. Just like the countless times before, she sensed the indistinct presence in the air. Based on her experience, she would first read fragments and images mixed with countless impurities, like a gushing river, muddy and unclear with mud and sand. After a few milliseconds, these irregular fragments would move with a powerful rhythm, depending on the mental state of the person being read, and gather around an obvious and logical clue. They would then be filtered into a discernible consciousness in an orderly manner. Over the endless years, she had read the thoughts of others swiftly and accurately like this: the warrior's strength, the coward's weakness, the king's schemes, the noble's treachery, the merchant's greed, and the priest's depravity. Of course, in a very small number of cases, this time-tested method would fail. Like now. Ida watched as Castellan brandished his spear and frowned slightly. The only thing she felt was murderous intent. Boundless and deep murderous intent. Castellan's eyes were filled with an indecipherable expression. His spear shook in the air, and the tip of the spear turned into an afterimage in an instant. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the spear was before her eyes. What came from the air was still pure murderous intent. Ida spread her arms like a flying bird. She lowered her knees, bent her back, and tilted her head backwards in an unbelievable manner. The pitch-black tip of the Soul Slayer pike sliced through the air and brushed past Aida's chin. In the next second, the elf's silver pupils contracted slightly. She turned her body to the side and dodged the pike just in time. Like a longbow that had been pulled to its limit, her entire body bounced back to its original position. Her bright white hair fluttered in the air, giving off a breathtaking beauty. Together with her body that had been stretched to its limit, it formed a picture filled with power. Aida somersaulted and put a safe distance between herself and her opponent. Caslin retracted his spear and stared at her coldly. Aida sighed silently in her heart. Even though the Soul Slayer pike had forced her to the brink of death several times, what Aida received from the beginning to the end was pure murderous intent. Yet, there was not a single shred of consciousness, behavior, or attitude in her thoughts. It was completely different from the previous Caslin. Even the simplest birds, beasts, insects, and snakes should have a clear sense of direction and consciousness, right? The elf focused her gaze on the tip of her opponent's spear and decisively cut off the waves of consciousness that were surging towards her. She knew that there would only be pure killing intent and nothing else. This was a fellow who could completely control his own consciousness. In battle, he could discard all thoughts and intentions, completely letting himself go and giving himself over to the instinct to kill. Her ability was rendered completely useless. Aida brandished her knife sternly and adjusted the distance between her feet. There's only one condition that can create such a warrior, Aida thought as she stared at the expressionless Caslin. On the battlefield. It wasn't a quick battle like sneak attacks, surprise attacks, pursuit and annihilation. Instead, it was the kind of bloody battles and hard battles that were accumulated from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the boundless battlefield, there were battles all the time. Threats were everywhere, and danger was everywhere. Wave after wave of blood flowed through the battlefield, and the enemies broke through one layer after another. This kind of horrifying, torturous hell could sharpen a normal person into a beast that only knew how to fight and survive. It could forge the most powerful and unparalleled killing machine after the eyes of the warriors turned red from killing. Over the years, she had met such opponents before. Aida closed her eyes gently. It's time. Abandon all unnecessary abilities and burdens, and face the most primitive battle. Just like her ancestors and seniors. When she was young, the teachings of her elder sister on the training field reappeared in her ears, as clear as ever. Aida, you must remember that as elves, we love beauty and nature. Under the dazzling white sacred tree, her elder sister's words were unusually serious and carried a father's authority. Even though Aida had only sensed her father's consciousness in the 100 years before she was born, she had never heard his voice with her own ears. But elves are never weak and easily bullied. Her elder sister clasped her hands behind her back and faced the trembling Aida. She said flatly, "We are the heretics of the ancient elven kingdom, but we are also their most powerful descendant branch. Among all the remaining elven bloodlines in this world, we are the most warlike and the best at fighting, holy elves." Her elder sister's expression became solemn. She turned around and made way. She made way for the 3 captives behind her, who were tied up. They were 3 round-eared, shivering, and extremely anxious humans. One of them had his hair shaved in the middle, making him look like a rooster, one had his hair smeared with thick grease, and the last one had a bald head. All 3 of them were babbling at them in the human language. The rooster was ugly, the grease was not so ugly, and the bald one looked. God, it made her feel sick. Aida still remembered her elder sister's words, remembered the expressions of the 3 humans struggling for their lives, and remembered the cold smile on her elder sister's lips. Aida, according to tradition, raise your blade. Cut off their heads. Complete your coming-of-age ceremony. Aida opened her eyes. An elf's extraordinary memory allowed her to recall every single detail in her memories clearly. The battle moves that she had once practiced but gradually became rusty after relying on psionic abilities returned to her body. She gripped the scimitar in her hand tightly and rushed towards Caslin. He was very thirsty. His throat was burning. His dry tongue rubbed against his teeth, giving him a strange chafing sensation, like a coarse cloth rubbing against a log. He panted and lay down on the scorching sand. Using the large sand dune as cover, he avoided the deadly dangers, the sun, the wild sand, and the enemies. He could not help but tighten his grip on the sword hilt in his right hand. Even his family heirloom sword was covered in dust and blood. So tired. So painful. He moved his sore and swollen wrist. Feeling the burning pain in his shoulder, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Damn it, that grey bastard's chain hammer still has barbs on it. Of course, compared to his Captain Walter, whose abilities were above supra-class, he was already very lucky. A part of the captain's brain was probably still on the head of the chain hammer. But I pity Captain Walter's sweetheart who was still waiting for him in Wing Fort. I heard that the captain had once risked everything to save her from the bandits. What a pity. He sighed in his heart. The pain came again. He loosened the armor on his body, which was burning hot, and pulled open his sweaty, blood-stained, sticky collar. No matter what, I have to take care of my wounds, he thought. A canteen flew from the air and fell on the sand beside him, creating a dent. He turned his head, puzzled. Use this low-quality Chaka wine that even hyenas don't drink. I bribed the military quartermaster. A veteran with a bandage over his left eye casually leaned against the sand dune. With his unbandaged hand, he struggled to take out a flint and skillfully lit the homemade cigarette in his mouth. As long as you don't drink it in your mouth, it's pretty good to use it on your wounds. Thank you. His mind was blank. He turned over, panted, grabbed the wine canteen, and twisted it with difficulty. The veteran finally lit the coarse cigarette in his mouth. Without hesitation, he threw away the flint in his hand. As a puff of smoke wafted out, the veteran took a deep breath and let out a happy moan. Then, he stretched out his bloody hand and pinched off the cigarette butt, seeping it into the sand and burying it. To a scout whose eyes were sharper than a vulture's, even the smallest puff of smoke would attract their attention. We don't like to talk about this here. The veteran buried his face in the sand and comfortably exhaled his only puff of smoke. He clenched his teeth and looked at the Chaka wine in the canteen that reflected the sunlight. He rubbed the corners of his dry and cracked lips and resisted the urge to drink. He raised his head and asked, "What?" "We don't say, thank you." The veteran turned over and rudely slapped away the elbow that occupied some of his body space. He then turned his head and said to Thales, "It's too mushy." He looked at the canteen in his hand, then at the hideous wound on his shoulder. He hesitated and sighed. "It'll be over soon. Bear with it." "All right." He opened his mouth and bit the canteen lid into his mouth. He took 3 deep breaths and said softly, "Then I owe you." In the next second, he closed his eyes and the wine in the canteen poured down. The pain in his shoulder was like an endless flame, surging along with the scorching heat. He trembled, heard himself let out a low moan, and felt the canteen lid in his mouth slowly deform. Finally, the pain was over. He spat out the canteen lid while sweating profusely. With trembling hands, he tore off his clothes and bandaged himself using the method the captain taught him. The veteran who watched by the side sneered. "Ha, I didn't expect to be so lucky to die together with a young master of a great noble family." The veteran laughed in a mocking tone. He ignored the veteran's words. From the first day he arrived in Western Desert and Blade Fang's camp, he had to endure mockery and ridicule, whether intentional or unintentional, intentional or malicious. "I'm used to it." "Is that so?" he said faintly and tightened his grip for the last time. "No wonder you were assigned to such a good guard the moment you arrived." The veteran exercised his hand and sighed. "In another year or two, you might become a commander, or at least a captain." He snorted softly. Unfortunately, you're unlucky, recruit. The veteran shook his head. He felt a little annoyed, even though he was grateful for the help the veteran gave him just now. We're all unlucky. He decided to end the topic, so he raised his head and looked at the dozen soldiers who were resting under the sand dune. Most of them were covered in wounds and looked distressed. He frowned and said, "Are these the ones who survived?" "Of course not." The veteran's expression was a little unpleasant. "Some of them were captured, and their fates were worse than death. I heard that the mixed breeds lack food, and the barren breeds lack men." Food. He remembered the human skulls that were skewered in the abandoned camp and forced down the nausea in his stomach. Lack men? The tribes of the barren race are lacking in manpower, but don't misunderstand. The veteran sneered. They will give you a kind of medicine that will keep your penis hard until they run out of it, or until you die. Under normal circumstances, you'll be dead before they run out of it. He looked at the veteran's meaningful gaze, sighed, and stopped thinking about the problem. "Why are you so stubborn?" The veteran's voice traveled into his ears again. "Coming here to die from a comfortable manor and castle? God! So annoying," he thought irritatedly. But the other party just gave him that pot of wine. Feeling his shoulders, which felt much better, his gaze became gloomy. "Yes, why am I stubborn?" At that moment, he suddenly missed his home in Walla Hill very much. That ancient castle full of forbidden doors and locks. That lifeless manor. Those two naggy sisters whom he wished he could throw away, one in each hand, and that old-fashioned old man. He smiled bitterly. At least. He sighed and leaned the back of his head against the hot sand. "Here, I can freely choose how I die." The veteran looked at him quietly and suddenly sneered. "You should stay in those comfortable manors." The veteran shook his head. "Everything here is too unfair for you, young master." A wave of indignation rose in his heart. He turned his head and sighed. "Unfair? What about you? Why did you come to Western Desert? To this hell?" The veteran was slightly startled. "Me? Ha!" The veteran narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking of the distant past. His voice was tired and full of vicissitudes. "For someone like me who should have died a long time ago, exchanging my life with those gray mixed breeds, there's nothing fairer than this." He listened to the veteran's words and did not speak. After a long time, he sighed. "Hey, new recruit," the veteran looked at the sky and said faintly, "Remember. There is no glory on the battlefield." The veteran slowly exhaled. "There is only life and death. Glory does not belong to chess pieces." He saw the nostalgia in the veteran's eyes and listened to him murmur. "It belongs only to chess players." He tightened his grip on the saber in his hand. That was the glory that belonged to Caribbean. At least, it was once the glory. It was already past 3:00. But the reinforcements had not arrived. So, when will the next wave of pursuit be? He looked at the sky and could not help but feel despair. "Soon," the veteran said nonchalantly. "The heat can't stop those gray mixed breeds. We will all die here." In the next moment, a dark shadow appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was a huge figure dressed in ugly armor. It carried a chain hammer that he was very familiar with and swung it angrily. He could only watch as the chain hammer flew towards his head. He saw that the captain's brains were still on it. It was about to smash his skull into pieces. He subconsciously struggled to get up. He saw stars and instinctively opened his mouth. There was a sharp pain in his right arm. "Enemy!" He sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted incoherently, "Enemy attack! Orcs!" Cohen Caribbean roared in the darkness and pain as he sat up. He subconsciously shouted with all his might, "The gray mixed breeds are here." But this time, there were no coarse shouts or unpleasant curses in response. There was only the sound of cold chains rubbing against each other and his own echoes. There was also the incessant pain in his right arm. Cohen, who had woken up from his nightmare, smelled the thick smell of lamp oil instead of the dry smell that was unique to the desert. He then realized that he was not at the dangerous frontline of the western desert. The police officer shook his heavy head with all his might. He panted a few times and pulled his consciousness back to his body. "Wake up, Cohen. Be careful of your right arm," it was Miranda's voice. It sounded weak and feeble. Enduring the pain, Cohen, who was drenched in cold sweat, was shocked to find that his upper body was tightly bound by a circle of chains. Even his fingers were bound tightly. He could not move. "Where are we?" Cohen turned his head and was not surprised to see Miranda, who was also chained up in the dark cell opposite him. He exclaimed, "Where's Caslin?" "I don't know." The swordswoman revealed half of her haggard and disheveled face. "I think we're very close to Heroic Spirit Palace." "Shut up, citizen of the Empire." Outside the cell, a soldier who looked like a patrol turned his head and said coldly to Cohen, "If you say another word, I'll dislocate your jaw as well." Cohen and Miranda exchanged glances. The latter shook her head slightly at him. In the cell alone, there were at least 6 people guarding it. The police officer moved his ankle, which was also chained up, and came to the conclusion that he had no chance. Cohen heaved a sigh and fell back to the ground. At this moment, a thick iron door in the distance was opened. Light leaked in through the open door. Cohen raised his head and squinted his eyes to adapt to the sudden change in light. Another group of soldiers escorted 2 small figures into the cell. "Keep an eye on them." The leader was a tall armored knight. He coldly ordered the soldiers in the cell, "This is one of the Archduke's most important captives." Cohen furrowed his brows. "Most important captive?" At this moment, a young voice came from the cell next to Cohen's. It's you?" Under Cohen's astonished gaze, the boy who was suspected to be a disaster sword struggled desperately to the cell door. He cried out in agitation and pain at the 2 equally astonished small figures. "Prince Thales." Under Cohen's almost lifeless gaze, the second prince of Constellation, Thales Jade Star, whom he met once in the Hall of Stars, had his hands tied behind his back. He was being escorted into the cell together with a little girl. The prince looked disheveled and surprised as he raised his head to look at the person who spoke. Chapter 203. Dragon Cloud City. Under the eaves of a secluded house. Nicholas, whose face was covered in blood, lay on his side next to a wooden barrel. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand with great difficulty. He broke an arrow that had pierced through his thigh from the tail. Then, he gripped the blood-red arrowhead that had pierced through his hind leg and exerted a little force. Rip. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but the Star Killer still gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. He pulled out the arrowhead while trembling. Nicholas exhaled and threw the arrowhead away. He pulled a piece of cloth and prepared to bandage his wound. "This is the last arrow. As for the 2 arrowheads left in my body." Nicholas looked at his left arm and left leg. 2 arrow shafts that had been broken off by about an inch were abruptly left there. The Star Killer's gaze was fierce as he clenched his fists. Then, his unique power of eradication rose from his bones. He tightened his muscles and sealed the area around the arrow shafts. This should be able to hold on for some time. Nicholas took a deep breath. He sensed the terrible injuries in his body and frowned. The Star Killer raised his head slowly and looked at the man who was also lying on the ground in front of him. He was covered in wounds. "You're the person Gleeward mentioned." But the man did not respond. "You're quite skilled. The way you blocked the arrow was very ingenious." Nicholas nodded slowly. "Truth be told." Nicholas gasped and told himself, this is a ruthless character. The man with the strange black sword snorted coldly and bandaged the last, larger wound on his body. You're not bad yourself, he said faintly and looked at the badly damaged arm shield on Nicholas' left arm. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. You're the one who sealed the calamity? The Star Killer dragged his body up laboriously and leaned against the wall. You have, those weapons? You can say that. Black Sword nodded with an indifferent expression. That cripple left behind a spear, didn't he? Nicholas endured the pain in his arm and calf and sized up the man with the strange sword. His gaze swept over the other sword at his waist, and suspicion flashed in his eyes. You know us. Who are you? The leader of the White Blade Guards naturally placed his hand next to the severing soul's blade and said softly, You know about mystics and the legendary anti-mystic, but he was interrupted. Hey! The ordinary-looking man shook his head slightly. Are you sure you want to waste time here? Nicholas frowned a little. You heard what the commoners said. Black Sword lowered his head and wiped his long sword. Your king, he shrugged. The Star Killer was silent for a while. Yes. Nicholas picked up the arrowhead of an arrow. His expression was unpleasant and his gaze was gloomy. I have a feeling that the worst has happened. The shame of White Blade. Perhaps, Nicholas' gaze became colder and colder. He slowly clenched his fists. Black Sword, who was wiping his weapon, glanced at Nicholas and observed his expression. You don't plan to do anything? Shouldn't you at least send a message? Nicholas' gaze was focused on the arrow in his hand. He clenched his left fist tightly and trembled slightly. No matter who started this rebellion, Black Sand Region or whoever it was, they've been plotting this for a long time, and their plan is meticulous. The Star Killer gritted his teeth and uttered these words. The contrast between his pale face and bloodstains was especially strong. Now, aside from my sworn brothers, I can't trust anyone else. Black Sword snorted softly and hung his weapon back at his waist. He struggled to stand up while holding onto the wall. Then I wish you good luck. Nicholas raised his head and looked at the man who was about to leave. Hey! The Star Killer stopped the strange man and tapped his chin at him. You're not a Northlander. Why did you save me? Black Sword turned around and cast a meaningful glance at Nicholas. At that moment, Nicholas felt a strange emotion flow through the man's eyes. I can't stand despicable people who use crossbows to fight against others with numbers, Black Sword said flatly. He continued to turn around. Nicholas, who was resting with his back against the wall, sneered in disdain when he heard that. Come on. Nicholas shook his head slowly and flashed a sarcastic smile. As a White Blade Guard, the king's sharpest blade, I've fought in many battles. I've been in his reserves, heralds, military judges, executioners, suicide squad, elites at the front lines, palace guards. All the positions you can think of. Black Sword did not turn around, but his voice traveled into Nicholas' ears. So? Nicholas sat up a few inches laboriously and took a deep breath. So, I've interrogated many prisoners of war, spies, traitors, and enemies. I can tell lies from the truth, and I've also seen how different people fight, the Star Killer replied to Black Sword. His eyes were sparkling. I saw how you beat up Tolja, kicking up the snow and dust under your feet. You don't look like those righteous people who see injustice. Black Sword turned his head sideways and glanced at Nicholas, who was panting on the ground. After a long while, Nicholas snorted softly and shook his head. If you're not going to say anything, at that moment, is it this blade? Black Sword asked softly. Nicholas furrowed his brows. What? In the next moment, the Star Killer immediately noticed that the man's gaze fell on the severing soul's blade beside his hand. Nicholas' breathing began to quicken, slightly aggravating the injuries on his body. He subconsciously touched the hilt of the blade. Fortunately, Black Sword only asked in his deep voice, "This is the blade that killed Horus Jadestar?" Nicholas' eyes widened slightly. "What?" The two men stared at each other for 2 seconds under the eaves. "Yes, the severing soul's blade." Nicholas' gaze did not leave Black Sword's eyes. He nodded slowly and raised his guard to the highest. He adjusted his body to a position where he could attack or defend himself in time. Only then did he calmly say, 12 years ago, the sword of reversing light died under this blade." Black Sword breathed slowly. His eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. "Horus," he said slowly, "was he in pain before he died?" Nicholas sucked in a deep cold breath. Holding onto the wooden barrel, he stood up shakily and gripped the severing soul's blade tightly in his right hand. "Now I know why you saved me." The Star Killer clenched his teeth. His gaze became fiercer. But Black Sword only stared at him quietly without saying a word. "If you want to avenge the sword of reversing light, now is a good time." Nicholas panted in pain. He widened the distance between his legs and quickly calculated the time to attack. His power of eradication slowly gathered in his bones. His words were laced with deep hostility. "Of course, don't expect me to not retaliate." However, the man before him only glanced at the severing soul's blade before he turned and left. Nicholas furrowed his brows tightly. He watched Black Sword's back as he slowly left. The doubts in his heart only increased. "Wait." The Star Killer finally spoke. "What is your goal, you unknown fellow?" Nicholas said slowly, "There's a saying in Camus, be wary of gifts that ask for nothing in return." Black Sword turned around and gave the Star Killer a profound look. Black Sword shook his head slightly. "Compared to interrogating me, I believe you have more important things to do." Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. "Yes, believe me, I'm already doing it." Black Sword twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head. He turned around and left with unsteady steps due to his injuries. Nicholas stared at him in a daze. He stared at the man's departing figure. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nicholas' brows moved. He seemed to be hesitating. Until Black Sword's figure disappeared behind the wall at the corner. After an unknown amount of time, the Star Killer sighed. "All right." He snorted softly, as though he had made up his mind. His footsteps behind the wall stopped. "Horus Jadestar's death," he said flatly. "In return, if you really want to know," there was no sound behind the wall. Nicholas slowly slid against the wall. He lowered his eyes and his gaze drifted back to the past. "That night, that battle," Nicholas mumbled, "Horus, that callous butcher, dressed in his black armor with his personal guards. His armor was covered in wounds and shattered pieces, that was a real bloody battle. Everyone went mad." Nicholas' gaze drifted, and he was already looking at another place that was not in front of him. That mountain pass filled with rocks. He spoke in a flat tone, "Tarend, Jules, Tolja, and the people from Constellation. All of us have forgotten everything in the midst of swords and blood. Other than killing and death, there is nothing else that we can feel. I feel the blood in my veins boiling. Tolja was injured and left. We roared in anger. Jules was at a disadvantage, but he laughed instead. Tarend died in battle, and we became even crazier. That was the final battle, so the Constellations were the same, the living bled and fell one by one. The dead were carried away one by one." Nicholas lowered his gaze. "Everyone went mad. On the battlefield, you know." He snorted inexplicably. His emotions and intentions were unreadable. It was still silent behind the wall. It was as though Nicholas was talking to himself. But the Star Killer knew that someone was naturally listening to his narration. But Horus was different. Nicholas raised his head again. He changed the topic, and a subtle change appeared on his face. When all of us went mad like wild beasts, he did not have any expression on his face. It was as though he did not care about the battle in front of him at all. Nicholas lowered his head and said softly, "He died peacefully. He died peacefully." As soon as he finished speaking, a second later, a low but messy breathing sound came from behind the wall. "Peacefully?" Black Sword's trembling voice came. Nicholas nodded and let out a sneer that was either sarcastic or helpless. When he fell into my arms, his expression was as though he was finally freed. Behind the wall, Black Sword did not speak. The sound of his breathing gradually disappeared. Nicholas lowered his head, sighed, and said, "Killing Horus was not satisfying. Because it was not like a battle at all." There was still no movement behind the wall. But Nicholas was still talking. His expression was cold, and he smiled sadly. "That feeling, it's as if he's looking for relief," Nicholas said quietly. His voice was desolate. "Have you ever seen a person on the battlefield who is seriously injured beyond cure, but does not die for a while? It was that feeling, that gaze of his that was looking for relief." The sound of fingers rubbing against the hilt of a sword came from behind the wall. Although it was very soft, Nicholas heard it. That breathing sound became coarse again. "Relief?" Black Sword's voice came. His voice trembled slightly, and he seemed to be struggling to speak. "Why?" The Star Killer sighed. "I don't know. And I don't want to know either." Nicholas shook his head. His gaze was absent-minded. "I guess, before people die, they will have this or that kind of thought that they don't usually have. The prince is no exception. Perhaps. Especially the prince." When he thought of King Nuvan and Prince Soria, Nicholas' gaze darkened. He took a deep breath and braced himself. The breathing sound behind the wall disappeared again. Nicholas' gaze drifted into the distance. In his absent-minded state, he chuckled softly. His words were filled with ridicule. "Star Killer. Star Killer." Ha, ha, under the eaves, the two men on both sides of the corner did not move. They were speechless. After a long while, "Thank you." Black Sword's voice came from the other side of the wall. Nicholas snapped out of his daze. He shook his head and snorted coldly. "It's just to repay you for saving me." "There's no need to thank me," but he was interrupted. "No, it's not for me," the man behind the wall said flatly. "It's for Horus." Nicholas was slightly taken aback. Why? He really wanted to ask. But a few seconds later, Nicholas shut his mouth. He seemed to have understood something. He nodded as if he understood something. There was no sound behind the wall. The Star Killer leaned against the wall behind him. His gaze was still. "All right. I wish you good luck," Nicholas said in a low voice. "The man who uses Black Sword." On the other side of the wall, Black Sword did not reply. The desolate-looking man raised his head and cast a profound glance at the northland sky. Chapter 204. Ida, brandish your blade. Fight like a holy elf. We are the strongest race. We can even defeat the great dragon. Ida opened her eyes abruptly and her expression turned cold. Countless moves entered her mind in the blink of an eye. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, she imitated the graceful figure of a knight in her memory. In an instant, she was only 3 steps away from Castellan. The wind howled and the machete swept out like a gust of wind. In the next second, she took advantage of the fact that her opponent's Soul Slayer pike was too long and could not be retrieved. She swung her blade like lightning. Castellan, expressionless and filled with only murderous intent, instinctively wanted to attack like before. But he felt a chill down his neck. Danger. His consciousness blurred, he instinctively reacted. The tavern owner's left hand twitched and the Soul Slayer pike quickly slid back. In an instant, his right hand had already grasped the pike a foot behind the pike and turned the pike into a handgun. Caslin completed his defense in an instant. The pitch-black pike blade faced the machete. Aida's heart trembled. She had held back a portion of her strength from the lightning attack just now so that she could unleash it again at any time. If her opponent were to counterattack like before and neutralize her attack, she would be able to chop off Caslin's head before she was pierced by the Soul Slayer pike. What a pity. Forget it. The elf found a ghostly figure in the vast sea of memories, and found that unique attack. Aida's eyes lit up. She changed the direction of her blade halfway. Asterisk swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Asterisk the blade slashed through the air 3 times. The blade turned 3 times in a row and launched 3 feints. Caslin felt chills from his abdomen, left arm, and chest. However, to Aida's surprise, Caslin stood still in the face of the dazzling attack. His eyes were red and the pike tip stopped in its original spot. Every slash can turn into a killing move in an instant. But he's so calm? Or is it because he has abandoned his consciousness and is fighting purely based on instinct? Aida clenched her teeth. The last feints turned into a killing move. The blade finally slid strangely towards Caslin's right shoulder. It was about to chop off his right arm. At this moment, Caslin suddenly moved again. His feet and hands moved quickly. The pike tip was positioned in front of the blade. The tip of the spear once again met the scimitar. Aida frowned fiercely and withdrew her machete. Her fear of the Soul Slayer pike forced her to avoid its blade. Aida sighed inwardly. This round of attacks had been completely broken by him, so he could only look for another opportunity. This old man was actually able to accurately grasp the location of her attack. The first sneak attack did not work, and the 3 feints of the hidden killer moves also did not work. Instead, he had forcefully used his body and the spear's edge to neutralize her attack. The 4th time. This was the 4th time her killer move was broken. In her long life, she had seen countless battles and countless Supreme-class warriors. Even though most of the battles between Supreme-class warriors ended in an instant, in Aida's memory, there were still a few Supreme-class elites who left a deep impression on her. Her elder sister's terrifying aura and oppressive force during battle could practically drive her opponent crazy. Chara, who always smiled, was a mysterious existence whose movements were so exquisite that he could carve flowers with an axe. The taciturn Midir was known for his continuous and terrifying killer moves that did not care about sacrificing himself. Old Scarback liked to use faintly discernible lurking and stalking to torture his enemy's mind. The fickle and frivolous Kira was best at turning the tide of a battle between life and death. The pedantic Stokian excelled at maintaining a steady rhythm and an impregnable iron wall defense. The ill-intentioned Knight Lorson excelled at the explosive assault that was like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens. The vampire Parael was used to endless feints that were difficult to distinguish between real and fake, elusive, and hidden. Heart of the Rain's twin swords could launch an attack that was faster than the speed of sound in the blink of an eye. Lazybones Zacriel, on the other hand, was an all-round genius knight. He was skilled in probing and observing the enemy's every flaw. However, this earth-shaker, Caslin in front of her was able to neutralize her attacks at the very last moment. Every time, it was a miracle, as if he had escaped from death's door. Her attacks, which were perfectly imitated from the legendary elites, seemed to be instantly seen through by the old man, whether it was Lorson's thunderous surprise attack or Parael's endless feints. And this was under the condition that he had sealed off his consciousness and was purely relying on his instincts on the battlefield. The undefeated legend of the battlefield, Aida, who had repeatedly failed in her attacks, sighed. How did Zacriel face this monster all those years ago? But the battle was not over yet. Aida, who was about to continue attacking with the advantage of her weapon's agility, was shocked to find that the enemy's counterattack came earlier than she expected. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the spearhead spun rapidly. Caslin's eyes were bloodshot. The Soul Slayer pike in his hand shot out again. It twisted and spun in a strange manner, bypassing Aida's previous block, and went straight for her chest. The image of Stokian's impenetrable iron wall defense appeared in Aida's mind. In the next second, in the face of the fatal thrust, Aida, who was good at dexterity, did not dodge. Instead, she unexpectedly met the attack with her scimitar. The elven scimitar struck the Soul Slayer pike's ferocious spearhead. Asterisk clang. Asterisk an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard. For the first time since the start of the battle, Aida's exquisite scimitar and Caslin's pike collided violently. The force of the collision was so great that there was nothing fancy about it. Almost instinctively, Caslin swept the pike with force. Aida's body trembled slightly. Boundless force surged from the pike. At that moment, all the bones in her body trembled. The joints in her arms even let out a groan, followed by numbness and intense pain. The elf was shocked. This force, is he really more than 60 years old? Her legs swayed. She was about to be swept down. The outcome of a battle between supreme-class fighters was usually decided in an instant. Falling down in such a battle meant death. Aida's eyes dimmed. This is the end. When she was young, her elder sister's teachings reappeared before her eyes. Yes, those memories that have been sealed away for a long time have returned. Those battle skills that I accumulated through sweat and hard work before I awakened my psychic psionic ability. Those were once beautiful, carefree days. She learned how to fight against the duplicitous and cunning armed dwarves. She learned how to deal with the extremely hypocritical and immoral desert orcs. She learned how to deal with the similarly nimble but vicious and narrow-minded elven distant relatives from Late Dusk Kingdom. She learned how to deal with the pretentious but actually barbaric vampires in Grand Banquet Hill. She learned how to deal with the stupid, dull, and ridiculous humans who possessed the power of eradication. The above adjectives came from her elder sister, whom she respected, feared, loved, and adored. And the enemy before me, a flawless warrior. I've really seen it. At this moment, the image of a timid boy suddenly appeared in her mind. It's him. That boy. Aida smiled bitterly. She still remembered how she watched him grow into a dashing and elegant teenager year by year. She watched him become a hardy and handsome young man. She watched him be refined into the most terrifying warrior. She watched him leave when everything was within his grasp. And his unique battle posture. Wait. His battle. In less than a millisecond, Aida's gaze refocused. In the next second, just as she was about to fall to the ground, Aida's wrist suddenly twisted. Aida's blade cleverly stuck to the Soul Slayer pike's shaft. She did not exert force to resist. Instead, her legs left the ground and she allowed the force to push her so that she regained her balance in midair. She floated horizontally along the pike. In the next second, her legs touched the ground alternately. But every time she touched the ground, she rose up like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her figure continued to advance towards Caslin. Immersed in his battle instincts, Caslin shook his pike expressionlessly, wanting to shake Aida off. But the elf was like a spider that could not be shaken off. She stuck to the pike and approached Caslin at high speed. Caslin once again sensed danger from his instincts. Asterisk hiss, asterisk Aida's gaze was firm. Her blade rubbed against the pike's shaft. As she advanced, she slashed at Caslin's spear-wielding hand. Her blade, which was pressed against the pike, firmly controlled the direction of the Soul Slayer pike, not giving the enemy any chance to block or counterattack. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the blade was about to touch his hands, Caslin let go of the Soul Slayer pike without hesitation. Caslin's left leg retreated in an instant. He twisted his waist, pulled his left shoulder back, arched his right shoulder, and clenched his right fist. Aida's scimitar slashed at his chest. But Caslin was faster than Ida. His right fist punched out like a thunderbolt. Thud. There was a deafening thud. Caslin's heavy punch landed on Aida's right shoulder. Crack. The chilling sound of bones cracking came from Aida's shoulder inch by inch. Aida's face contorted in pain. She gritted her teeth and moaned in pain. At that moment, the elf lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her scimitar left her hand. But the sense of danger in Caslin's heart only increased. He raised his head like a startled beast, searching for a threat. In the next second, Caslin felt a chill run down his spine. Caslin lowered his head subconsciously and reached for his left chest with his left hand. Clang. There was another clear metallic sound. At some point in time, Aida's scimitar, which should have fallen along with its owner, appeared in front of Caslin's chest. The blade stabbed into the tavern owner's left chest. Blood gushed out. Ida fell to the ground powerlessly. Clang. At that moment, the Soul Slayer pike fell to the ground with a clang. Ida also fell heavily. Her right hand lay limp on the ground as if she was paralyzed. Her left hand was still trembling in the air, maintaining the posture of throwing the scimitar. The blade trembled in front of Caslin's chest. Caslin finally snapped out of his daze. He withdrew from the instinctive state that only knew how to fight. A cold wind blew past. The battle between the Lemeters had ended without any warning. Ida lay on the ground. The bones in her right shoulder were completely shattered. Her face was contorted and she could not stop trembling. On the other hand, Caslin panted in pain, but his tall body still stood tall and firm. The victor had been decided. The legendary Earth Shaker, Caslin Lampard's left hand was dripping with blood in front of his chest. It was tightly gripping Aida's scimitar. It was not allowed to advance even an inch. Ida, who was suffering from the serious injury in her shoulder, was stunned. Drenched in cold sweat, she looked at the scimitar in front of her opponent's chest in shock. Then, she looked at Caslin, who was gripping the blade. How could this be? She mumbled, as if she could not believe what was happening in front of her. Just now, the moment Caslin launched his fatal punch, Aida's right hand trembled. She let go of the scimitar in the air and switched the hilt to her left hand. It was also at the moment when Caslin shattered her right shoulder with his punch and she could not defend herself. Ida sent out the scimitar in her left hand. It went straight for Caslin's heart. That was the final blow that decided the victor. It was also the final blow that decided life and death. A shocked expression lingered on Aida's face. She should have pierced Caslin's heart at the last moment, at the cost of her own life. But, Ida looked at the blade stuck in front of her opponent's chest. She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Clearly, Caslin saw the situation before him clearly. He panted in pain. Enduring the pain, he pulled out the scimitar that was an inch out of his chest and threw it to his side. Blood flowed out of his chest. The scimitar fell to the ground, letting out a metallic clang. But Caslin's heart was clear. He did not manage to grab the scimitar that was aimed at his heart in time. There was another reason why he was still alive. Amid the intense pain in her right shoulder and the numbness in her right arm, Ida, who had fallen to the ground, shuddered. Then, her limp left hand drooped miserably. She lost. Impossible. The elf, who could no longer fight back, mumbled in shock. You weren't wearing armor, and you didn't block. Aida's face was gloomy. She lay weakly on the ground, enduring the intense pain in her right shoulder. With great difficulty, she said, I should have pierced your heart before you reached out, but, Caslin's gaze froze slightly. Under Aida's glare, he slowly sighed. Why? Aida's face was covered in cold sweat. She stared at Caslin, who could not stop panting. Struggling, she hissed, "Why can't I kill you?" Caslin fell to the ground on his butt. He was panting, but he revealed a relieved smile. The sun shone on the street. The north wind whistled and blew past the two opponents, one lying on the ground and the other sitting. Instructor Ida. Cough, cough. You. Caslin coughed violently and said with difficulty, "I'm sorry." Chapter 205. Ida shook her head. Her eyes were fixed on Caslin, as if she was looking for an answer. She did not understand. Caslin did not make her wait for long. Many years ago. The white-haired old man said slowly, answering Aida's doubts. "I killed Sira Dark Thunder at the 38th Century ground, but he punched me in the left side of my chest." Caslin stroked his left chest. With a complicated gaze, he looked at the machete beside him, then at the Soul Slayer pike. He sighed and said, "I don't know how many ribs were broken. At that time, I was already wailing and waiting for death." Aida's expression changed. At that time, a mad military doctor named Ramon and a dwarf craftsman with a very long name, with a little luck, some tricks, and some creativity that I don't know whether it was from a genius or a lunatic, they snatched me back from the hands of the ferryman in Hell's River. Caslin laughed bitterly and knocked his chest. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk a strange sound came from his chest. It did not sound like a human tissue. This sound, Ida was stunned. Her eyes slowly widened. Caslin sighed and told the truth. "Those two guys used specially made metal to replace and straighten my poor ribs. God, that pain tormented me for a whole year." There was a moment of silence between the two. Then, after Ida recovered from her shock, she found her long-forgotten breath. The elf's astonishment was written on her face. Her pupils slowly narrowed. Metal, ribs? How did they do it? Impossible. The human body is fragile. It's impossible for it to withstand the pain, be it controlling bleeding or dealing with broken bones. Caslin inhaled in pain. His lungs were like broken bellows, emitting terrifying gusts of wind. "I don't know." Cough, cough. Caslin coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I heard from the mad military doctor that they used some forbidden methods. Anyway, after that, they were taken away by the people from the secret room and disappeared without a trace." Ida closed her eyes and frowned fiercely. "So." She shook her head regretfully in cold sweat. "My machete had clearly cut into your chest, but it was stuck in those metals. That's why I couldn't kill you just now." Caslin let out a desolate laugh. "Yes. If you had used a narrower dagger, you would only need to pierce my blood vessels, and I would be dead. But you just had to use such an exaggerated curved machete." The old man shook his head, his eyes filled with subtle emotions. Ida did not say a word. She lay on the ground, unable to move. She only exhaled helplessly. "It was also because of that accident that my lungs were severely injured. It's still torturing my breathing to this day. I don't know how much longer I can live." Caslin breathed painfully and coughed up blood. "I won't be able to hold on for much longer if I fight for a few more minutes." Aida's expression changed again. Her mouth formed an O shape. "What?" She endured the pain and tried to straighten her body. She widened her eyes in an exaggerated manner. "If I had known," Caslin gave her a wry smile and nodded. Ida did not seem to have any self-awareness as a loser. She exhaled regretfully and fell back to the ground with a thud. She looked aggrieved. Mom. Yes. If he had known earlier, he would have continued to drag it out. Why did he have to put all his eggs in one basket? And your psionic ability really broadened my horizons. Caslin patted his chest. After coughing for a while, he sneered. Fortunately, when we met just now, I didn't think about this past. Otherwise, you would definitely be prepared. Ida looked as if she had nothing left to live for. She shook her head subconsciously. You're also very smart, little brat, she said listlessly. You only left two thoughts in your mind, live and kill him. Then, you left everything to your instincts, so that my telepathy could not read anything. Caslin's smile froze. He lowered his head, his white hair fluttering behind his head. That's not smart, he said flatly. His eyes were dim and his tone was downcast. Caslin closed his eyes and said slowly, in the cruelest battlefield, you will only have these two thoughts. Ida raised her eyebrows. Is that so? The elf seemed to be looking for something to ignore the sharp pain in her shoulder. She puffed up one side of her cheeks and exhaled out of boredom. Then, she said quietly, although you're young, only in your 60s, but, you seem to have a lot of battlefield experience. Battlefield? This time, Caslin's voice was firm. That's hell. It's a boundless hell that turns normal people into monsters. There are only two types of people there. Dead people, and people who are about to die. On the ground, Ida rolled her eyes. Caslin seemed to have improved a lot. He said in a low voice, thank you. Even though I don't remember it very clearly, that feeling just now was like returning to those hells. I had to face 4 to 5 different and terrifying opponents in the blink of an eye. It forced out all of my potential once again. Ida snorted softly. 4 to 5 opponents? He could even sense all of this. Ida looked at the sky and asked weakly, Wrath of the Sea, right? Caslin's eyebrows twitched. He seemed a little surprised. A few seconds later, the old man smiled faintly. You've noticed. I always thought that my power of eradication was very hidden. When I was serving in the army, everyone thought that it was the thawing of glaciers. Ida nodded listlessly. Wrath of the Sea, a rare power of eradication. It increases your strength and speed very little, but it can give you extraordinary reflexes and allow you to deal with any unforeseen circumstances in an instant. Just like the sea. Caslin sighed and said affirmatively, no matter how terrifying the waves are, the sea will always be the same. It will not sway for 10,000 years. Ida shrugged. But this movement affected the heavy injury on her right shoulder, causing her to grimace again. Although it's a little different, that brat Kira also has the same power of eradication. Ida panted and gritted her teeth. I only remembered it when you swept that spear. Caslin's expression changed again. Prince Kira? There was a hint of agitation and excitement in Caslin's tone. To be mentioned in the same breath as the legendary enemy of the wolves, what an honor. But Ida only pulled a long face. Like a child who refused to admit defeat, she lay on the ground and shook her head desperately. Damn it. If I didn't recognize it, I wouldn't have decided to take the risk and cut him. She stopped shaking her head. With a pitiful expression, she said mournfully, exchanging injuries for lives and breaking out of a deadlock, this is the best way to face Kira and the Wrath of the Sea. Caslin smiled faintly and nodded slowly. As expected, the sacred elves who rose to power through war and slaughter are different from the conservative white elves. Even if you give up your psionic abilities, you're still a terrifying warrior. Caslin glanced at Ida and sighed. After all, you're not a bunch of people who only know how to shoot arrows. I'll accept your compliment, brat. Ida exhaled in boredom. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. And you actually know the enemy of the wolves from 100 years ago. The so-called immortals' experiences of hundreds and thousands of years are indeed no joke, Caslin said slowly. Instructor Ida, may I be so bold as to ask your age? Age? Aida's eyes widened. Her eyeballs darted around. Wait, let me do the conversion. In that instant, Aida's gaze suddenly became profound. Age, she said flatly. I was born in the 9th century after the War of Dragon Slaying, the 4th century after the Battle of Survival, the day before the Tree of Eternal Life withered. Aida's tone became very deep, but there was a sense of steadiness in it. The same age as the Empire. There was something else in her gaze, and it quietly settled down. Caslin was stunned. In that instant, the elf gave him the feeling of an innocent child suddenly becoming a mature adult. The War of Dragon Slaying? Caslin asked tentatively. The last large-scale war between the elves and the dragons, Ida said flatly. Humans also participated in the war as the servants of the elves. And at the end of the war, the part where all of you fought against the ancient orcs was called the Holiness Exorcism Campaign. Caslin was suddenly shocked. The Holiness Exorcism Campaign, then isn't that, but in the next second, Ida shook her head. But I came of age very late. Her tone immediately softened, returning to her previous nonchalance. It took me a total of 1,800 years, and I only came of age on the eve of the Third Peninsular War. Ida wailed in her heart and sighed. Unlike my elder sister, that freak who came of age 3 hours after she was born. I can't let her know about this unspoken criticism. Forget, quickly forget. Caslin furrowed his brows. The same age as the ancient empire? So, an elf over 2,000 years old? Even counting from the time of adulthood, she's already more than 300 years old. Caslin quietly stared at the elf lying on the ground and sighed. The supreme class of the elves, a monster built with time and experience. A loss is a loss. Ida snorted indifferently. Besides, among those humans who lack experience and can only rely on reflexes and wits to make up for their disadvantages, you're considered very outstanding. You're just unlucky, that's all. Caslin smiled amiably and tapped his chest. Yes, my luck was really bad. First, I met a warrior who could seal his consciousness and thoughts, which restrained my greatest advantage. Ida spread her hands and said with a helpless expression, then, he actually had a steel rib. Caslin laughed out loud. His laughter aggravated the old injury in his lungs, and the old man immediately coughed violently. Fighting with you. Cough, is the honor of my later years. Caslin's expression was pained. Amidst his heart-wrenching coughs, he grabbed his Soul Slayer pike and said forcefully, after retiring, being able to fight with Instructor Zacriel, is simply unimaginable. Ida twitched the corner of her mouth. In the next second, her expression changed. Caslin reached out and picked up the Soul Slayer pike. Aida's heart sank. The old man let out a long sigh and turned the famous legendary anti-mystic weapon in his hand. The pike's tip slowly aimed at the elf on the ground. Looking at the black and ferocious pike blade, Aida's heart skipped a beat. The elf bared her 8 beautiful teeth and let out an ugly smile. I say, can we talk this over? It was unknown whether it was out of pain or frustration, but Ida was seen crying as she whispered to the owner of the Soul Slayer pike, legendary anti-mystic weapons should not be abused, right? But in the next moment, Caslin's action stunned her. The old man smiled faintly, propped the pike on the ground, and slowly stood up. Leaning on the pike for support, Caslin turned around and stepped past Ida. I'm leaving, Instructor Ida. He limped away, turned around, and said with a smile, take care. Aida's expression froze. Huh? Ida held her right shoulder, and a puzzled look appeared on her pained expression. You're not going to kill me? Nor are you going to capture me? Caslin exhaled and shook his head with a smile. I've already achieved my goal of getting rid of that supreme class elite, the tavern owner said with a sigh. And you've already lost your ability to fight and can't affect the situation. That's enough. Aida's eyes widened, then she heaved a sigh of relief. She pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. The next moment, the elf grinned. Is that so? Then will your boss agree? Hearing that, Caslin could not help but be slightly stunned. What? He immediately smiled and said helplessly, that's true. Since you've said so, it's not easy to explain. Caslin pulled out the Soul Slayer pike that was propped on the ground. Then I'll do as you say. Aida's expression changed instantly. Hey, I was just saying. Aida's face changed into a mournful expression in a second. Look at me, Caslin laughed out loud. But after a few seconds, Caslin's smile faded. His expression slowly darkened, and his eyebrows were twisted in pain. What I'm doing is unforgivable. Caslin lowered his head and looked at the machete on the ground. His eyes were filled with complicated and profound emotions. His tone was heavy, and his words were desolate. Aida's gaze froze slightly. But I can no longer turn back. Caslin's gaze was dazed. He subconsciously whispered, at least, at the last moment, I'll do some insignificant things to make up for it and comfort myself. Aida stared at him in a daze. Caslin raised his head, supported himself on the Soul Slayer pike, and left the messy street. A few seconds later, Aida struggled to sit up. Her face was pale from the pain in her right shoulder, and she was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, brat. Looking at Caslin's back, Aida hesitated for a moment, but she still panted and spat out a few words. We'll meet again someday. Caslin's back paused slightly. With his back facing Aida, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was long and desolate. No. Caslin said flatly without turning his head. Instructor Aida, I have a hunch. The old man raised his head and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance. His white hair fluttered in the wind, looking extremely messy. I'm afraid that Caslin sighed and shook his head. Chapter 206. Under the dim illumination of the everlasting lamp, the soldiers roughly escorted Thales and Little Rascal, whose hands were tied behind their backs, into the cell next to Cohen's. Hearing the sound of the thick iron door being locked, Thales comforted the distraught Little Rascal in a low voice. He then turned his head and looked at his surroundings through the bars. Prison. Why do I feel like I have a special affinity with this place? There were only 3 bound prisoners, Wuxia, and a man and a woman hidden in the dark. All of them stared at Thales in disbelief. However, there were 6 guards. They stared fixedly at the prisoners in the cell, their expressions fierce and vigilant. Thales clenched his fists behind his back. He felt dejected. His dagger had been taken away. He gave the only dry corner in the cell to Little Rascal. He leaned against the wall and sat on the damp, dirty floor. Why are you here, Wuxia? Thales looked cautiously at the young man in the cell opposite him and asked solemnly, where are Putre, Ralph, and the rest of the diplomat group? Could they all be? Wuxia's face darkened. The mute, Lady Aida, and some soldiers were sent to search for you, Your Highness. The prince's attendant's face was covered in scratches and bruises. His clothes were also torn. As for Mr. Putre, he should still be waiting for our news in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales frowned and began to think. No talking. A tall guard who seemed to be the leader walked to their cell with his hand on his saber. His tone was unpleasant. Do you want me to teach you how to shut up? Wuxia looked at him resentfully and clenched his teeth. Thales ignored him. The second prince raised his head and continued to ask, then how were you captured? Wuxia was about to answer, but he was interrupted. Asterisk clang. Asterisk amidst the piercing sound of metal scraping against metal, the guard had already unceremoniously pulled out a section of his sword. He held the hilt at his waist and coldly interrupted Thales, Brat, I warned you, no talking. Little Rascal was so frightened that her face turned pale. She moved behind Thales and pushed the prince's back with her shoulder, signaling him to stop talking. Thales sighed. He slowly stood up from the wall and looked straight at the guard. Extension? The tall guard was slightly stunned. What? Thales looked at the guard, who seemed to be the leader, with a calm expression, as if he wanted to see through the guard's thoughts from his eyes. I am asking you, the second prince said flatly, are you an extension, soldier? The guard in the patrol uniform frowned. You were sent to guard me. Thales shook his head slowly. He looked around at the soldiers around him. So, you are insiders? Including trekking all the way from Black Sand region without leaving any way out, regardless of the sacrifices, and regardless of the cost, to follow Lampard to kill your king? When the other 5 guards heard this, they couldn't help but turn their heads over with different expressions on their faces. The expression of the guard, who seemed to be the leader of the group, immediately turned ugly. Kill the king? The prisoner in the cell next door, a blond young man, gaped in shock. So what Croce said was true. Shut up, Cohen, a young girl in the opposite cell interrupted coldly. Thales heard a familiar female voice. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the young girl. She is. The atmosphere in the cell became solemn. You. The leader of the guards had a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, and his eyebrows twitched. You know nothing, brat. But you know it yourself. Thales stared straight into his eyes without flinching. When you picked up your weapons and walked into Dragon Cloud City, when you saw the king's body, did you feel at ease and without any obstacles? Thales stared straight into his eyes without flinching. The 2 guards looked displeased. They turned their heads one after another and no longer looked at Thales. Enough, conceded Prince. The leader of the guards noticed his subordinate's actions. His expression changed, and he looked like he was struggling. If you think that by doing this, I am not asking anything of you. Thales shook his head slightly and sighed. Perhaps all of you were forced to obey orders, but you are, after all, Northlanders. And Northland shouldn't be like this. The guard's expression froze, and complicated emotions flashed past his eyes. Thales raised his head again. He looked at the leader of the guards with clear eyes. I only ask for one thing. The leader of the guards pursed his lips and stared at Thales with a slight frown. Before I am executed as a murderer. Thales sighed. His expression was gloomy. Let me talk to them for a while. The leader of the guard's gaze froze in the air. His hand pressed on his sword, which was half unsheathed. A few seconds later, as if he had snapped out of his daze, he turned his head to look at his colleagues and subordinates. But the others had already turned their heads away. Their expressions were different. Finally, the leader of the guards snorted coldly. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and turned around. Like his colleagues, he no longer paid attention to Thales. Thales exhaled deeply. Thank you, Northlander, the second prince said sincerely with a weary expression. Aching all over his body, he wanted to slowly sit down along the wall. But the prince caught a glimpse of little rascal, who was absent-minded. The poor girl shrank back into the corner and stared at the empty ground in a daze. Thales' heart sank. Thinking of the predicament he was in, Thales shook his head, forced himself to stay awake, and moved to the fence. It's not over yet. I can't rest. What is this place? Thales leaned against the thick wooden fence and observed everything around him. Compared to the dungeon in Vine Manor, this prison seemed to be simpler. There were only 2 everlasting lamps burning with a small amount of eternal oil. Strange. I'm not sure, Your Highness. Ya's face appeared behind the opposite prison cell. His face was full of anxiety and anger. We were ambushed, and our heads were covered. Thales frowned slightly. We? You mean? Before Thales could continue, in the cell next door, a handsome young man who was bound tightly by iron chains had already struggled to move his head over. "Your Highness." The poor prisoner seemed to be enduring intense pain. He panted and said, "Your Highness, I am Cohen Caribbean. You may not know me, but I am the capital's. I mean, Eternal Star City's police officer and patrol captain." Thales looked at his face, and a scene from the past appeared in his mind. "Caribbean. It's him. But how could he? I recognize you. You're a member of the Sword family of Twin Towers." Thales stared at Cohen thoughtfully. His gaze swept past Cohen's golden hair. "I still remember that you almost fought with your father in the Hall of Stars." Cohen's expression froze. He even forgot about the intense pain in his right arm. "That's the first impression I gave to the heir of the kingdom? It's an honor to meet you again, and your attendant, the Honorable Second Prince, Your Highness." With a gloomy expression, Cohen glanced at Wuxia, who snorted in disdain. Then, he looked at the little girl behind Thales listlessly. "And this young lady must be, Cohen frowned. He sized up Thales' age, then looked at the girl's age. Puzzled, he said, "Your Highness?" The girl opposite Cohen raised an eyebrow and snickered. Thales' face twitched. Little rascal put on a long face and looked at Thales nervously. Looking at his companion's laughter, Cohen reacted awkwardly. "That's right, you're not that old yet, ahem." Thales frowned. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness Caribbean." With his face covered in dirt, Cohen struggled to raise his head and flashed a friendly smile at the prince. "As for you, Lady Arund of Broken Dragon Fortress." Thales turned his head and looked at the black-haired woman in light armor diagonally opposite him. He could not help but sigh. "I guess you're not here for sightseeing, are you?" The disheveled Miranda Arund still looked unpretentious. She turned her head and said coldly amid the clanking of the chains, "Just like you, Your Highness." Thales stared at Miranda in a daze, then at Cohen. "The heir of the Arund family in the Northern Territory, both of you." He took a deep breath and started to think again. "Do you know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into?" "I've heard a little about it." Miranda's cold voice rang. "The king of Extet was assassinated?" "Not only was he assassinated." Thales nodded and exhaled. His expression was unpleasant. "The king has passed away." A few guards in the prison subconsciously glanced at them, but their leader glared at them with a fierce gaze. Miranda furrowed her brows. Wuxia widened his eyes. Cohen closed his eyes and put his head back on the ground. His tone was remorseful. "I knew it." In the corner of the prison cell, little rascal recalled the scene of King Nuvan's death and shuddered slightly. "So," the swordswoman's voice continued to ring through the bars, "what exactly happened?" Thales glanced at little rascal and sighed softly. He then turned to the three people who were staring at him with burning gazes. "I only know part of the truth." Thales frowned. "And now?" He raised his head and looked at the three of them. His expression was solemn. "I need you to tell me exactly what happened to you, be it the cause or the consequences. I'll start with why you appeared in Northland." 10 minutes later. Castellan Lampard? Thales could not hide the astonishment on his face, nor could he suppress the volume of his exclamation. Even the 6 guards glanced at him. The prince's hesitant gaze moved back and forth between the ashen-faced Cohen and the extremely solemn Miranda. That old man in the tavern. He looked so reassuring. And, his character, the compassion and open-mindedness he exuded did not seem like something a hypocritical and vile person would do. Wuxia widened his eyes. That old man in the tavern? Isn't he the former commander of the White Blade Guards? He's very famous. It's surprising, isn't it? Miranda's voice was still calm, but there was a hint of suppressed emotions in it. Rumor has it that his relationship with Chapman Lampard is very bad. I thought he had always been loyal to the Walton family, that old man with a human face but a beast's heart. Cohen struggled to get up angrily and grimaced in pain. He didn't even fix my right arm properly. I knew he was up to no good. You're the closest to him. When you saw him, you even put your arm around his shoulder. Miranda's cold words immediately exposed Cohen's lie, causing him to look embarrassed. Thales stared at the ground in a daze. Some of the things in his memory began to become clear. No. Thales breathed slowly, his eyes grew brighter. Caslin, this explains a lot of mysteries. Nicholas told me that he learned from an old friend of his from the White Blade Guards that the ones who tried to assassinate me at the fortress were disaster swords. Thales focused his gaze, and the journey before he entered Dragon Cloud City appeared before his eyes. However, before King Nuvan broke Archduke Poffert's neck, he told me that the ones who tried to assassinate me were Shadow Shield. The old friend Nicholas mentioned was probably Caslin. Cohen and Miranda were both shocked. Shadow Shield? Cohen frowned. So they're back? Thales shook his head and did not answer the police officer's question. He had to get to the point. Waya glanced at Cohen in annoyance. The disaster sword, no matter what they are, is a lie and a cover created by Caslin and Chapman Lampard to lure all of you here in the name of the Tower of Eradication. While Cohen awkwardly realized that no one answered, Thales muttered, to be precise, they lured you, Miss Arund, the heir of the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory here. Miranda sighed. That's right. Croce only sent the news back. She has no right to decide who the Tower of Eradication will send. Cohen was stunned for a moment before he reacted. But Caslin can. He's Master Shao's close friend. He can totally suggest and even specify who he wants. The nobles of Constellation's northern territory secretly entered Dragon Cloud City. If it were any other time, it would be fine, Waya muttered and continued, but when the king was being assassinated, they caught a suspicious Constellatiate and the heir of the Duke of the Northern Territory who secretly sneaked into Dragon Cloud City. The nature of the matter is, a perfect scapegoat, Miranda whispered. Compared to a weak young prince plotting to assassinate the king, this is much more convincing. Not only that. Thales took a deep breath. The picture in his eyes became clearer. Waya is right. You are also the heir of the Northern Territory. The second prince narrowed his eyes and recalled Val Arund's hysteria in Renaissance Palace. South of Broken Dragon Fortress, the Northern Territory of Constellation that Lampard dreamed of. When Lampard conspired with Duke Val, he was determined to get the Northern Territory of Constellation. The few of them fell silent. Cohen blinked, as if he was still trying to sort out the clues. Miranda stared at the chains on her body in a daze. Waya bit his lip tightly. Chapman Lampard never gave up on his desire for the Northern Territory. I am the scapegoat, but you, Miss Arund. Thales sighed slowly. As the rightful heir of the Northern Territory after Duke Val was imprisoned, you are not just the scapegoat. You might not even be the scapegoat. Not the scapegoat? Cohen was horrified. He struggled to get up amidst the pain. What do you mean? Thales raised his head. The picture in his mind became clearer. Think about it. The highly respected Duke Val Arund was framed and imprisoned by Constellation's fatuous King Kessel, the prince said softly. And his daughter went to Ekstedt to ask for help in an attempt to uphold justice and take back everything that belonged to Arund. Coincidentally, the Prince of Constellation assassinated the King of Ekstedt. Chapman Lampard really kept his promise. Thales sighed slowly. His face was full of resignation. It seems that the cooperation agreement between him and Val Arund, it is still valid. And you, Miss Arund. Thales sighed. You are the one who will affect the ownership of the Northern Territory in the upcoming negotiation or war between Constellation and the Dragon. Chapter 207. In his long-awaited dream, he felt as if he had returned to that strange and dazzling world. Anti-theft, anti-theft. It will be switched over in a while. Everyone, please come and support the original. Anti-theft, anti-theft. It will be switched over in a while. Everyone, please come and support the original. There, the girl with a blurry face but a gentle voice hugged him from behind, which was a rare sight. She said softly, "Why? Are you sad?" He closed the laptop and smiled bitterly. "No, this result was expected. Maybe I'm not good enough." He lowered his head, feeling a little dejected. "You know, they have high expectations, it's okay." The gentle voice breathed into his ear. "I have a way to make this less sad." He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Oh? Because there's something even sadder waiting for you." He blinked, feeling a little confused. She said gently, "Let's break up." He shuddered. The girl behind him did not say anything. He turned his head stiffly. "What?" "Yes, you heard me right. Because you're a failure now," she said flatly, "so, I want to break up with you." His brain stopped working. He just stared blankly at her blurry face, feeling lost. Why? The voice behind him sighed. "Okay, it's a deal." He breathed in a daze. He could not accept it. He wanted to explain, but he felt that it was unnecessary. She, at this moment, okay. The voice snickered and rang happily. "Now, 10 seconds after we broke up, I announced that we're back together. Ta-da. Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wuxia." He could not think straight. What? But a few seconds later, his heart started beating again. He panted and looked at her in surprise. How is it? Compared to the pain of being dumped just now, is it less sad now? When you encounter setbacks, you have to cherish your crotch. The voice giggled and blew into his ear, making him feel a little itchy. "My name is Lei Feng. You don't have to thank me." He was a little speechless. The voice said happily, "Very good. If you have another tragedy in the future, I will continue to comfort you like this." He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Damn woman. Can you not break up and get back together in such a serious manner? Break up and get back together as a joke. I'll take it seriously, okay?" He felt as if someone's chin was smashing into his back. "Oh, this is nothing," the owner of the voice poked Zhang Heng's back with his chin and said loudly, "You don't know this, but there's a serial author on the internet. Every time the plot reaches its climax, he would write, 'The book is over,' and say that he's done with the book. Then, he would update the next chapter without saying a word, insisting that he's writing a new book. That's the peak of perfection. Then don't learn from him, okay?" In his memory, that voice laughed happily. His voice was full of exasperation and relief. Finally, the noise stopped. She lay lazily on his back and wrapped her arms around his chest. "Hey, Chiron, don't be afraid," she said in a low voice, "no matter what happens. I'm here to protect you." He lowered his head and closed his eyes. "Ah, I know. You're here to protect me." The voice did not speak. She only wrapped her arms around him a little tighter. But in the next second, everything in the dream was like a reflection on the surface of the water, shattered by a sudden wave. The girl disappeared before his eyes. While he was puzzled, he heard a cold and displeased female voice. The tone was low and contained an inexplicable emotion, making his hair stand on end. "I'm watching you. I warned you." In the next moment, Thales woke up with a start. He gasped for air. That voice. That voice. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Thales turned his head, still in a state of shock. It was Gu. The man who had just shaken him up from his sleep. The Far Easterner squatted beside him and looked at him with a displeased expression. Little Rascal stood beside him with a sleepy face. "Wake up, Prince of Constellation," the butcher said flatly, "the person you're looking for is here." "So soon?" Thales forced himself to stay awake, temporarily suppressing the scenes in his dream. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the cold ground. He has a lot of connections, so it didn't take long. Gu stood up and shook his head. "Besides, he's here to pick you up." Thales was stunned. He shook his head and woke up from his sleepiness. "He's here to pick me up?" Thales and Little Rascal followed Gu out of the butcher's shop after he gestured. A two-wheeled carriage with a carriage was parked on the empty street. The carriage was made of cheap transparent glass. The coachman on the carriage bowed his head respectfully. Beside the carriage stood a middle-aged noble with a golden ponytail. The latter exhaled. "Your Highness, thank God. Thank you for your help." Thales nodded. "Time is of the essence. Please get on the carriage immediately." The middle-aged noble was obviously relieved when he saw Thales. He took off his hat and bowed to Thales. "After we entered Armor District, we were interrogated by a patrol team. Although they acted very well, I can swear that they were definitely not from the city. They were not even locals." Thales nodded with a solemn expression. "Of course, they are from Black Sand region. Lampard has been planning this for a long time." While the middle-aged noble was stunned, Thales looked at the carriage. "It's too conspicuous." Thales frowned. "A carriage? Transparent glass? Can we get out? And we have to return to Heroic Spirit Palace." The middle-aged noble digested Thales' information and raised his head to answer the prince's question. "I used the name of Good Flow City's merchant group to urgently unload important goods from Armor District. Plus, His Majesty gave me a special permit." The nobleman raised his cane and knocked on the wheel of the carriage. "And I happen to know a disciplinary officer who takes bribes. I've got some connections. He'll turn a blind eye if you leave through the blockade line he's in charge of. No news will get out. As for the glass, please don't worry. This is a specially made carriage. You can only see me from the glass outside. You can't see the back. If necessary, you can hide in the dark compartment." Thales stared at the carriage and exhaled. "Then let's go." He raised his head and looked at the blonde noble from Camus Union. "Marquis Shiles Bamra." Shiles nodded. He opened the carriage door and his gaze lingered on Little Rascal who was hiding behind Thales. "This is?" He narrowed his eyes. Little Rascal shrank a little in fear. "My maid. She saved my life on the way. I can't leave her behind," Thales said calmly. "Very well, then let's talk on the way." Shiles did not ask any more questions. "I also need to hear your explanation of what happened." Thales and Little Rascal boarded Shiles' carriage. Shiles sat in front while they hid in the space behind him. They could not be seen from outside the carriage at all. Just as the carriage door closed, Thales poked his head out. "No matter what, thank you, Mr. Gu." The Far Eastern man tilted his head and looked at him with a strange expression. He flashed an inexplicable smile. "No need to thank me." Gu rubbed his hands and smiled mysteriously. "Go and thank Caslin. Thank him for the 6.5 loaves of bread he gave me back then, that's enough." Gu turned around and walked to his butcher shop. 6.5 loaves. I see. Thales smiled. The carriage door closed and started moving. Shiles watched Gu's figure disappear behind the door. He frowned and said, "How did you get involved with the famous intelligence peddler in Dragon Cloud City?" "An accident." Thales said briefly, "A lucky accident." Now, it was time to get down to business. The carriage drove through the streets. He raised his head and looked at Marquis Shiles in front of him. Please tell me, are Heroic Spirit Palace and the other districts still in Dragon Cloud City, still under the control of the Walton family? Marquis Shiles frowned. Before I entered Armor District, everything was normal, from the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards to the patrols, and even the officials. Of course, when the king left the palace with his team, the calamities wreaking havoc and the great dragon descending again, some of the guests, including the archdukes, became emotionally unstable. But Prime Minister Leespan tried his best to calm them down. But, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "My informants in the disciplinary hall and the channels of my peers told me that His Majesty has not shown up, nor has he given any orders. Only a few White Blade Guards have appeared after resisting the calamities, but they have found nothing. Everyone from the chief garrison officer to the disciplinary hall is anxious." Not long ago, the Prime Minister was still discussing whether they should ignore the king's ban and send a large number of patrols into Shield District. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. So, Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City are generally safe? Safe? After we met the patrols who interrogated us, I was skeptical about this. Shiles shook his head and said worriedly, "First of all, you have to tell me, what happened to Shield District after the calamities wreaked havoc? What about His Majesty? And how did you appear here?" Thales took a deep breath. He looked at Marquis Shiles, who had turned his head around, and enunciated each word clearly. He enunciated each word clearly. King Nuvan was assassinated. He died. Shiles froze on the spot. His expression changed subtly, rising and falling along with the bumpy carriage. "The murderer is a man with the surname Charlton, and the person who hired him is Lampard." Thales finished his sentence quietly. Little Rascal looked at them timidly. "So, it seems that this is true." After a while, Shiles came back to his senses. He stroked his gloves and cane and said subconsciously, "The king is dead. Extet is going to be in chaos. The crystal drop mine contract." Marquis Shiles stared at his cane in a daze, as if he was urgently calculating the gains and losses. Thales remained silent and did not speak. Soon, the carriage drove out of the boundaries of Armor District. In the winding streets of Dragon Cloud City, they entered a roadblock formed by soldiers from the patrols and barricades. They had arrived at the cordon of martial law. Thales watched nervously as the coachman conversed with the disciplinary officer who was the leader. The coachman stuffed a letter and a bag of money into the disciplinary officer's hand. The disciplinary officer glanced at the window of the carriage. Marquis Shiles waved at him in a friendly manner. The carriage was let through without a hitch. Thales, who had been lying flat on the ground with Little Rascal, heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry." Shiles smiled stiffly. "The merchants have many connections, and they are very useful. It's not a problem to deal with these people at the bottom of the hierarchy." The people around the carriage began to increase. Everywhere were the citizens of the capital who were whispering to each other. They were either disheveled or dressed in rags as they stayed on the streets. Quite a number of kind-hearted people brought out food supplies and gave them to these pitiful people who lived on the streets. These are the evacuated citizens. They have been homeless for a few hours, at least not before the king's ban expires. Marquis Shiles looked outside the window and shook his head. "Of course, I heard that compared to the people in Shield District, but at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the window. A man ran over from the street with an anxious look on his face. As he ran, he shouted loudly. Thales and Shiles frowned and looked at each other in surprise and bewilderment. The crowd began to gather in one spot and followed the man's figure forward. The discussions around them became louder and louder. Soon, it became a clamor that filled the air. Immediately, the crowd's emotions began to go out of control. Some of them roared in grief and indignation, some were hysterical, and some were cursing angrily. Their carriage had no choice but to slow down. Soon, the man disappeared into the crowd. But the people did not disperse. They still gathered in circles and discussed enthusiastically in twos and threes with their loud voices. There was no lack of people who were so excited that they even started fighting. The Northlanders' personalities could be seen clearly. What's wrong? An ominous feeling rose in Thales's heart. I don't know, Marquis Shiles answered solemnly. But we will find out. Hence, at the next street corner, Marquis Shiles deliberately stopped the carriage. Under his signal, a patrol soldier, who was maintaining order but was arguing with his colleagues in an agitated manner, was invited by the coachman to the side of the carriage. Marquis Shiles opened the carriage door halfway and stuck his head out. I am from Camus Union, King Nuven's partner. The blonde, ponytailed noble handed over a silver coin and flashed a friendly smile. May I ask what happened just now? The soldier seemed to have just gone through an intense argument. Panting, he stared at the silver coin in his hand and was slightly stunned. He raised his head again and saw the golden wheat tassel and the dagger symbol on the carriage. Sir, it's such an important matter. The soldier calmed down his agitated emotions. After he came back to his senses, he seemed to be a little reserved and stuttered, You still don't know. Marquis Shiles took out another silver coin and said gently, so I need you to clear up my doubts. Just choose what you know and tell me. The soldier looked at the silver coin in his hand again and subconsciously put it into his pocket. It's like this. The soldier straightened his armor, shook his head and exhaled. His expression became a little unpleasant. His Majesty, King Nuven was assassinated. Shiles' expression changed at the same time. What happened? How did you know? On the other hand, Thales hid behind the Marquis. He gritted his teeth and listened quietly. I heard it from someone. The soldier looked at the Marquis' reaction and seemed to have received encouragement. His words began to flow smoothly. The whole of Dragon Cloud City is saying that the murderer, Thales was shocked. Marquis Shiles frowned. Who is the murderer? It's those people from the Empire. The soldier raised his head and shouted angrily, They want to cause civil strife in Extet. The soldier's words became more and more indignant. His tone was filled with anger and hatred. Those damned remnants of the Empire, that prince of Constellation from the south. They colluded with the Calamities, and even secretly ambushed people and assassins. They murdered the great-born king in Shield District. Those Constellatiate be asterisk stards. Under little rascal's terrified gaze, Thales leaned against the carriage in a daze. His heart was cold. Those Constellatiate be asterisk stards. Under little rascal's terrified gaze, Thales leaned against the carriage in a daze. Chapter 208. In the alley of Armor District in Dragon Cloud City, the three old friends finally drew their swords and started fighting. Theft. Theft. Please respect the author's hard work. If there's no trade, there's no theft. Under the moonlight, Cohen covered his innocent nose in pain as he looked at the man and woman in front of him who started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He knew that in this special battle, there was no room for him to intervene. Miranda probably wouldn't allow him to intervene either. His nose was the proof. Fortunately, compared to before, Miranda's hands were now able to control their strength. Cohen turned his attention back to the battlefield and saw that Miranda was the first to swing her sword. The tip of her sword was aimed at Raphael's chest. Raphael's thin sword instantly appeared in his left hand. Using offense as defense, he slashed at Miranda's throat with a speed that was faster than his opponent's. However, it was as if Miranda had predicted her opponent's next move. The blade of her sword naturally changed direction, and as it spun, it slashed at Raphael's left hand. From afar, it looked as if Raphael had taken the initiative to extend his left hand to meet her blade. Cohen was amazed. This was Miranda's instinct after years of practicing the Pegasus music. She actively listened to and even controlled the rhythm of the battle, manipulating her opponent's every move. Raphael frowned. He quickly pulled his sword back and was forced to retreat. He knew how terrifying his former lover was and tried to quickly break away from her rhythm. But Miranda's gaze was as cold as ice. She followed up with a timely slash. When Raphael retracted his right leg, she slashed at his left leg, which was his center of gravity. Raphael was forced into a difficult position by this slash. He was forced to stop retreating and face the sword. Just like before, Miranda seemed to have predicted Raphael's movements. She pulled her forearm, and the wind howled. Cohen's pupils shrank as he watched the battle. In the 10 seconds, the swords of both parties did not touch, exchange, or clash. They only moved back and forth in the air, causing ripples in the air. But Cohen knew that this was an extremely dangerous battle. His teacher, Zadie Tafner, once told Cohen, who was not yet a police officer at that time, that this kind of silent and rapid battle was more often seen in battles between supreme-class fighters. The next moment, Cohen saw Miranda's blade instantly swing at Raphael's head at the most appropriate time, avoiding her opponent's block, dodge, and counterattack. Hiss, the sound of a sword tearing through the air could be heard. In that instant, Raphael's dark red eyes flashed with a different expression. His left arm trembled visibly. Then, the thin sword danced in the moonlight, leaving an afterimage. Ding! The blades of the two finally clashed for the first time, and the air vibrated with a sharp sound that tortured the ears. Cohen frowned and resisted the urge to cover his ears. Raphael gritted his teeth and quickly took 3 steps back. Miranda, on the other hand, stood in place and swayed. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Miranda expressionlessly flicked her wrist, and a few strands of hair floated down from her blade. Raphael panted slightly and touched the right side of his forehead. A bloody scar had already appeared on his temple. As expected, Cohen sighed. True enough. Miranda was still the strongest. Raphael rubbed off the blood on his hands. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and sighed. When it comes to sharp observation, seizing the timing and rhythm of battle, you're still as good as ever, Miranda. Cohen coughed and carefully observed Miranda's expression. So, Raphael, let's call it a day. It's been a long time. Miranda still did not know about Raphael's power of eradication. However, if they continued to fight, the observant Miranda, they had to stop the fight. But at this moment, a voice that made the two men tremble came from the field. Raphael, where's your sword of death? Cohen was slightly startled. Raphael lowered his head. Miranda's voice trembled slightly in disbelief. That power of eradication that replaces defense with offense and counterattacks in a desperate situation, for more than 10 years, you're the only one who has awakened the power of eradication, the kind of power of eradication that can break the rhythm of Pegasus music. Why is it gone? Cohen closed his eyes in pain. *T. She found out. Miranda raised her head suddenly. Under the moonlight, her cold expression was tinged with disbelief and panic. This is not the rhythm of Sword of Death. It's not even the rhythm of your swordsmanship. The swordswoman said slowly, although my hands. I can feel that cold temperature. It was hidden in your hands just now. It's another force. What is that, Raphael Lindbergh? Miranda's gaze was like two blades that pierced Raphael, who did not say a word. Cohen slapped himself on the forehead in frustration. The three of them were silent for a few seconds, until Raphael spoke in a gentle and relaxed manner. This is Prayer of the Dead. To be honest, it's not much different from Sword of Death. The young man in white sneered. His voice was still light. Fighting for a chance of survival in a hair's breadth, seeking victory in a dangerous situation to the limit. The style is very similar. I thought that you would not be able to feel it with your hands. Just like how Touch of Greed is the disaster sword's version of Glory of the Stars. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. With a hint of anxiety, she keenly asked, is the so-called Prayer of the Dead also another version of Sword of Death? Her gaze was filled with indescribably complicated emotions. She fixed her gaze on Raphael. The disaster swords, ruthless power of eradication? Cohen was truly stunned. It seems that Miranda has already gathered a lot of information about the disaster sword in a short period of time. As for me, Cohen thought of the young man who ran away, and he immediately blushed. It seems that Klein has told you too much. Raphael narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. Even if it's an unrestricted inheritance from outside the tower, he is still a swordsman who is close to supreme class. Why would he talk so much? To their surprise, Miranda suddenly smiled. Cohen was stunned, while Raphael furrowed his brows. Is this why you hid it from me, Cohen? As she laughed, Miranda used her slightly hoarse voice to speak to Cohen without turning her head. The seed of the Tower of Eradication who is chosen once every 5 years, one of the candidates to inherit supreme class. Raphael Lindbergh. You actually sided with the disaster sword? Cohen, who was questioned, shut his eyes tightly. Raphael, on the other hand, was silent. The police opened his mouth to speak, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. He opened and closed his mouth. In the end, he still lowered his head and turned his words into a sigh. In the next second, Miranda's figure flashed, and her sword struck out once again in a graceful manner. This time, her sword was not aimed at Raphael's vital points. Instead, it went straight for the blade in Raphael's left hand. Cohen revealed a puzzled expression. Attacking the enemy's weapon was not a normal battle strategy. But what surprised him even more was that Raphael, who had been smiling all this while, actually had a drastic change in expression because of this seemingly harmless strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two swords collided for the second time, but there was no follow-up. Miranda's sword retreated upon contact. Miranda stared straight at Raphael, as if she had forgotten everything around her. Raphael, on the other hand, stared at Miranda with a pale face, as if he had been struck in his most vital spot. Only Cohen scratched his head and looked at the scene in confusion. Strange, this strike didn't cause any damage, right? Why are the two of them reacting so strangely? Then, Miranda's voice came leisurely. The reason why the Sword of Death disappeared, is because of this? Arun's daughter's voice trembled unexpectedly. 3 years? 3 years? It's him? That's the reason? Him? The young man in white, Raphael, stared blankly at Miranda. His expression was complicated. Mira. She still found out. Their first meeting after 3 years. She found out. He lowered his eyes. In the next second, the swordswoman raised her head abruptly and yelled agitatedly, Raphael, you arrogant idiot. Raphael didn't say anything. He just looked at her calmly. Cohen stared in shock at Miranda, who seemed to have lost control of her emotions. What's wrong? Wasn't she a strong and independent, strong woman just a moment ago? How did she become a grief-stricken ex-girlfriend? In the next moment, the swordswoman turned around and stabbed her sword into the wall beside her. Swoosh! Raphael let out a long sigh. With a gloomy expression, Miranda loosened her grip, letting the hilt of her sword tremble in the air. I curse him. Miranda turned her head and gritted her teeth. Her expression was filled with grief and indignation as she sneered angrily. He deserves it. He deserves it. The swordswoman roared. Raphael gently sheathed his sword. Don't be like this, Mira. The young man in white shook his head and said softly, it's not worth it. Cohen's mouth fell open. He was about to go crazy from the situation in front of him. What's going on with these two? After a round of fighting, they stopped. Start crying and talking in riddles? Sword of death. Arrogant idiot. Deserves it? Not worth it? He was Cohen Caribbean, a level 2 police officer of Eternal Star City's Western Police Station and the captain of the City Defense Patrol team. I can't understand it at all. I say, Cohen scratched his head in pain. As he walked closer to the two, he interrupted, can someone explain to me what's going on? Miranda, even though Raphael has the disaster sword on him, you don't have to be so agitated. In the next moment, Miranda and Raphael raised their heads at the same time and shouted angrily. Shut up, Cohen. Miranda's face was filled with rage. Not now, Cohen. Raphael's face was as cold as ice. Cohen, who was interrupted by the two at the same time, paused in midair with his mouth wide open. He stared at them innocently and at a loss. He raised his hands, smiled apologetically, and took a step back. All right, you guys talk, you guys talk. The police officer, who was completely unaware of the situation, silently cursed in his heart. People like me who aren't smart enough shouldn't participate. Damn couples. After Cohen's interruption, the three of them were silent for a while. Two of them were immersed in complicated and subtle emotions, while the third sighed in boredom. So. Miranda adjusted her emotions, lowered her head, and sneered, the death of the sword cleansing can't come back, right? Just like you? Raphael understood what she meant. He sighed softly, and his gaze was complicated. The death of the sword cleansing originated from the chaotic period of war during the era of multiple kings. The young man in white shook his head emotionally. A brave and loyal great knight was betrayed by the king he served, and his reputation was ruined. The great knight's son escaped from the siege. He washed the blood on his father's sword by the river, and swore to take revenge, Raphael said flatly. Many years later, he joined the enemy kingdom and became a knight. After many years of cruel battles where blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn everywhere, the new knight finally led the new king's army into the tyrant's castle and killed the enemy with his own hands. But this did not bring him satisfaction. The path of vengeance burned with only emptiness and sorrow. When he saw the fear and hatred in the eyes of a princess left behind by his enemy, the knight's heart softened, and he suddenly came to a realization. Raphael lowered his head with a gloomy gaze, and continued in a low voice, "What's the point of this?" He said. Old vengeance was avenged, new hatred was born. The grudges between the kings were endless. Death and hatred were intertwined, and the tragedy never disappeared, and the emptiness was bottomless. Miranda listened quietly to Raphael's story, while Cohen scratched his head in pain. He had had enough of these two. So, the knight carried the princess out of the castle that was covered in blood, corpses, hatred, and madness. The knight stood under the sun, and wiped away the princess' tears of fear. There, the knight swore that he would end this chaotic world that bred hatred and death. From then on, his extraordinary power was called, the death of the sword cleansing. Raphael's story was finished. Miranda stood where she was in silence. Ha! Cohen laughed dryly, wanting to push the progress of the mission. It sounds like a third-rate knight's novel. A tragic life, a noble birth, a powerful enemy, slowly becoming stronger, and when he sees a woman, his legs go weak. Then, he swore to dominate this chaotic world. Shut up, Cohen. This time, the man and the woman interrupted Cohen. Surprisingly, they were of the same caliber and speed. Once again, Cohen shut up, feeling wronged. Look. Raphael turned to Miranda, and with an obscure smile on his face, he said, compared to a greater goal, these things are not worth caring about. Do you understand? Miranda looked at Raphael, her eyes full of hatred and sorrow. So, the Secret Intelligence Department? Raphael twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. The two stared at each other in silence. It seemed that only the other could understand each other. Until Miranda looked away with a pained expression. I wasn't joking just now. This concerns the future of the two kingdoms. Dragon Cloud City will not be peaceful tonight. Raphael straightened his clothes, raised his head, and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance under the moonlight. He put on a smile again. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.